Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 9 of the Brendan Banfield trial, and he's expected to resume his taking of the stand. Yeah, the defendant actually took the stand. When we saw the cross-examination of the private investigator yesterday, at that point I was like, there's no way, this guy is absolutely going to chicken out. He didn't chicken out. He actually got on the stand. Oh my, and already it's a mess. Because already what he's saying, there are so many contradictions in there, so many things that can be debunked quite easily by the state that can't wait to see cross-examination today. So it'll be direct examination that continues now. If you missed yesterday, it's timestamped for you. You gotta go see it, okay? You must watch day 1, Juliana, the au pair's testimony, and you must watch day 8, Brendan Banfield taking the stand. Rando from Iowa, thank you so much for being a member for 38 months. Let me just get this chat going here quickly. Hold on one second. Yeah, is it doing it? Is it doing it? Hello, Susie Will. There we go. Thank you for being a member for 38 months. Welcome, everyone. Please like and share so everyone will know that we are live right now and they can come and join us over here. Okay, so wait, let me bring up the court feed. Hello, there we go. Okay.
Yes.
You had one too, yes?
Yes.
You go first. Yours is shorter.
Judge, there were objections to exhibits 10 and 16 because the Commonwealth indicated that it was more than the 2 pages that were there.
Okay,
so
all right.
We found those.
We've taken care of that.
We're in agreement, yes.
So 10 and 16 are admitted into evidence. Okay.
Look at him, all dressed up. Ready to be back on the stand. Oh my word. Brendan Banfield, wow, okay. All righty then.
And I have the updated versions, Judge, which we can put on the
Okay. That's fine.
exhibits at the end
If
of
you
the
just
day.
get those to me at close of business today, we'll have 10 and 16 in evidence.
Thank
Okay?
you. And that would be, did you?
Okay, Your Honor, we are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list for rebuttal. Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. We were not obviously aware of what the defendant was going to say yesterday, and this witness was not one who we had this information from in the past. So we are asking to add T. Patrick Smith to our witness list for rebuttal.
Steve Patrick Smith?
Letter T, Patrick Smith.
Gotcha. All right, yes, sir?
I haven't seen anything about this, Judge, so I would like to see if there's any sort of investigatory report as to who this person was or
I mean,
what the basis of it is.
Okay. I mean, you can talk to Ms. Sands at a break. You can, I assume you don't.
I can tell the court now. I can tell Mr. Carroll later, however the court would prefer.
What would you like?
We can have a break and talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. It's a rebuttal witness, so I'm not going to have an objection to it. But you can get the information that you need.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Banfield, if you want to go ahead.
Look at him, he was like, wait, what? It's probably someone, who do you think it is? Who's T. Patrick Smith? Because they said it contradicts something that he said. And I think, if I had to guess, it could be about him saying he had a very important meeting that day on the 24th of Feb of 2023, and you know, he was going to go there and he was going to get this promotion. I think it could have something to do with that, don't you think? Court lurker's like, yes, surprise witness. We love it. I mean, the prosecutor has a jacket on today. We know she's getting very, very serious. Oh my word, she got her court blazer on. She is ready to grill his ass up there for cross-examination. Not yet though. First it's going to be a little bit more of direct. We'll see him just lie a little bit longer. Hey, see Taylor, justice for Christine and Joe. Thank you so much for being a member for 17 months. And yes, I really hope that they will be.
Take the stand. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just can't.
He would
Your
like
Honor, what I was asking was
a
if he could have a
water.
bottle of water, but it looks as though the deputy's already taken
there.
care of that.
Okay, perfect, thank
Thank
you.
you.
But would he not like a sippy cup? Is a bottle of water going to be okay? Don't you look at the jury like that. Look at him. Awkward. He's staring them down, almost not blinking. Dude, stop making them uncomfortable. Is it too early for eye rolls?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. All right, your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work,
No, I did not.
or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes,
And she worked through a company, correct?
yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Well, because she got arrested. She got arrested at the point at which she would have to extend. She got arrested. Jackie S913 says, here for all the tea. All right. Thank you so much for being here with me for all the tea. Also, Gina, thank you so much for the snarky coffees.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
After 1 year and when the affair began. There you go. Is that what you want? You trying to... He's got to say this very carefully now. She was supposed to be there from October 2021 to October 2022. They started the affair. I'm going to say July because she said July. He says August. Okay. Anyway, and then she extended by another year in October of 2021 to go to October of 2022. October of 21 to 22, and from 22 to 23. The crime happened February 24th of 2023.
Maybe that summer, that summer prior to, that summer of 22.
22, okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now,
So he's trying to say the affair had no, do you think it had no weight on her extending her contract for a year? I think it had a lot. And then she just so ended up moving, into the master bedroom after the wife was gone. Shame. My goodness, poor Christine. Julie Harris, my goodness, thank you for the $50 sticker. See? Because it's of your support. There's no ads every 6 minutes on this live stream, so thank you so much for your support.
as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then, if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that.
Which is so sad as well, that Christine Banfield was very kind from everything we've heard, right? She's one of the victims, Brendan Banfield's wife, who was murdered. Joseph Ryan is the other victim in this case. So Christine Banfield helped Juliana to extend everything, like her visa and the work contract and everything, by a year. Sadly, if her contract had not been extended, it's so scary to think of something like that, then Christine may have still been alive. Isn't that a scary thought? And yet she was so kind. No one knew this was going to happen. She was so kind to help Juliana and be like, of course you can stay here another year. And look how Juliana rewarded that. Terrible, hey? My goodness.
Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
Why?
Do you recall was the...
Doesn't that just tell you everything? So I saw no steps on her Apple Watch. She was waiting in the cul-de-sac. She didn't try to go to the zoo. She didn't even leave to go to the zoo. She just parked in the cul-de-sac and then pretended to forget the lunches. Kelly Jansen said, thank you for all of the snark and no commercials. Thank you.
The car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house. As that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of...
And how did they go into the house without delay? How was the door unlocked again? Do tell us, Brendan Banfield. Oh, with an app. On your phone or Christine's? And then why was Christine's phone in the kitchen drawer? Bellamy, you say this guy's awful, but she had cheated on him too. Really? You believe him? You believe him when he says, yeah, she cheated on me too? I don't. I think he's just victim blaming. So, yeah, I would take that with the tiniest grain of salt possible from this lying cheater on the stand.
What you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what
But she didn't
about,
listen, right?
regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really what was going on at that point.
Okay.
Kimmy Kills says, do you think Brendan Banfield got up this morning regretting his decision to take the stand? My opinion? Nah. I think he's a full-blown narcissist, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to get up there again tomorrow. I think he probably thinks he's doing very well and that he's going to be able to convince the jury that he's a very good boy, okay? And that's all fine. They all do it, until they get cross-examined. Do you remember Aliyah Boulabon? Do you remember Nicholas Casodas? Oh my goodness, those ones on the stand, wow.
Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that, it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay. Why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise.
Prove it.
And I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your...
Well, there's some truth. I didn't want all of that noise. I didn't want the man that we lured there to know that we lured in there, that I was coming home, going through the basement, being all sneaky. One could say he was playing it safe. He didn't want to, I don't know, but why? Again, why are they assuming, oh my word, there's a Jeep here? It must be a sexual intruder. That's how you know. They're telling on themselves. Why would you get a fright from a Jeep in the driveway that parked next to Christine's car? It's not like someone down the road or hiding or someone breaking in. The person walked right through the front door. You know? Their story makes no sense. Fizz Gig Oz says, love your snorkasm, G. Thank you.
Your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on, if there was an affair going on. I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay.
He says that was also a thought. Oh, so now you're saying that, oh, and by the way, if you don't like my commentary, you can just go watch on Core TV, right? There's no commentary. If you want commentary, that's what we pause and commentary. Okay, and we go over the timeline just to unpack what he's really saying. So now you're saying you were thinking about not alerting anyone that you were going in the house, just makes too much noise, and again, prove it, show us, because I don't believe that. But also, you thought maybe you'll just quickly go in and grab the lunches? The lunches that Juliana, when she called it the supposed lunches, you were going to go in and it was a thought to just grab the lunches and go. Right, as if Harvey said, why so concerned about this affair? He stated yesterday this was normal. None of it makes sense, right?
Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Valerie.
Okay, and
I'll try not to interrupt too much. I just want to say one thing here quickly. So Juliana was like, and I was scared. We saw on the body cam, I saw this car and a man and I was scared. But while you're scared, you're telling your boyfriend, the husband, you're saying, I'm so scared, but also I forgot the lunches. Yeah, right.
moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe, the upper left of the refrigerator.
Liar.
Okay. So if you can, for the
Look how he looks at the jury to see if they believe him. Yes, in the upper left of the refrigerator. Okay, now at what point in this double homicide did you look for the lunches, jackass? There's no way the lunches were even made. And if they were, he didn't look for them then. When? Literally when? Do tell. When did you look for the lunches?
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an idea of, from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body-worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it's echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door, and when, if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about...
Why is it unusual? Oh, my word. It was so unusual. So who put the dog in the basement? Because it's someone who was communicating with Joseph Ryan. That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to pin it on his wife, isn't it? Or Juliana. Because the FeLife messages, the Anastasia account said, oh, by the way, I have a dog. but the dog will be in the basement. There's snacks there and stuff, so just don't worry about them. Like, okay. So now he's bringing that up. Why do you got to bring that up? Interesting.
The locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key?
Okay. And in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you took care to make sure of?
I mean, the basement door wasn't used. The basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck. Sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as it went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls.
Sir, give us a demonstration of that, please. Come on, Daniel Howard did. Oh, you can do it too. Do it too. Show us how Lily was behaving as she was locked in the basement. Lily being the husky, okay? So even if it's like it was unusual, she was frantic. Well, you just said it was unusual. She was locked in the basement, so that's why.
In terms of her communication?
Okay. And was she doing those things?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I had mentioned the gate, that meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog, but not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage and Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And
There's a picture of the dog from Christine's Instagram. Shame. I think that's Lily. It says, she said a girl and her dog. They had a husky before, and then they also got Lily. So maybe the older dog passed away at some point. I'll show you another picture. Hold on, I'm going to screenshot this for you. Just hold on 1 second. Like this. Okay. All right, let's play this and I'll show you another one.
there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay.
See, Lily's giving him the side eye. Put Lily on the stand. Lily being the dog. Okay.
Now, so you're in the basement, what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, I guess, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away, after I had opened the door. And Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come. I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay. So your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believed that it was. I didn't. After I told. That was how I ended my conversation with her. Was for her to stay in the car.
Okay. So when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door. I guess partially open for them, and then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay. And did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit, and there's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody.
Sir, the timeline doesn't match all the crap you're saying, okay? You're slowing it way down. And stuttering a lot today. Nervous, huh? Very nervous. You should be.
Very short time. But
And why were you looking around the basement?
well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay.
Sure, because that person's going to like walk through the front door and then hide out in the basement. But then you also think that that person might be having sex with your wife because you're like, maybe it's an affair. Let me get those packed lunches though. Lily, stop it. Okay, anyway. Really? That's a lot of thoughts. That's a lot of options, dude. Nice eye-blocking moment. I paused him on here.
And so, in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay. And were those all in the open area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other
I
than
did.
the closet?
I did open the bedroom. I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay. You whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay. So
But how do you know?
What, if any?
You didn't check the closet or behind the shower curtain, so how do you know? I think this guy in his head thinks he's James Bond. I think that's how he sees himself. Tracy says he sounds like a complete idiot. He really does. And now we get into the important parts. I cannot wait for him to slip up in everything he's about to say that happened next. And please, you're admitting on the stand you're spineless? So Juliana, you're like, Juliana, stay in the car with my daughter. You stay in the car. Oh no, she's followed me into the basement. The door was partially open. I gave them access. Okay, weak guy over here. You could just be like, what did I just told you, stay in the car. This is dangerous. He didn't do that. He's like, okay, come on in. Let us look for this man. Is he at my desk? Is he working out? Is he using my workout equipment? No, okay. Anyway, let's go back upstairs. What the hell? Barb Murray Bab said, is it me? But I see a lot of Duper's Delight. I think so. I see it here and there. Yeah, he's very impressed with himself. And he's, I wonder if he really, do you think that he really thinks, I do think he thinks that it's going well. It's going well, even though he's stuttering. I think he thinks, it's fine, just take it slow, one step at a time. The jury will believe me. The jury will believe me.
What thing did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana, well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, okay, Daddy.
And so at that point,
She was 4 years old and just excited to go to the zoo. So it's so weird. It's like she looked nervous. Scared? Surprised? The hell are you doing? What are you guys up to? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there. But I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement.
So weird, right?
And it was spilled all over the floor.
No way.
I think that also shows that Lily was in a bit of a frantic state. But
So
it actually shows that you planned it. Somebody did. Lily had food in the basement, and you were happy that your daughter at least had Lily in the basement with her, because you were about to leave her there alone. Without Juliana, we can hear it loud and clear, right? He knew there's not going to be an adult with his daughter. Just stay here with the dog, okay? We'll be right back. How frightening, because what was about to happen next? The little girl's mother was about to be murdered. And Joseph Ryan, who, according to the state, and according to what I believe based on everything I've heard, Joseph Ryan was lured there. So that is scary.
where would Lily normally eat her food?
her dog bowl is always in the living room. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room, where there's mats, placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
Bro, you can't even keep it straight where the dog eats her food? Normally in the living room. Oh, sorry, I mean dining room. Okay.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
That would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room. To the left would be the kitchen, and through the hallway not the hallway, through the doorway of the kitchen would be, through the doorway of the kitchen would be the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point, did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No.
Okay, so
You can see it, right? We saw it in the body cam as well. If you missed the body cam videos, they're on the playlist, they're in the videos section. 2 videos, one of the body cam of him at the house and at the hospital and being told that his wife died. And then there's also a body cam of Juliana, and you can actually see her go into this basement and then go and fetch the daughter, and then Brendan and Christine's daughter. Even though she said my daughter at one point. Juliana said my daughter at one point. Anyway, she goes into the basement, fetches the little girl, and then says, can she take this gate off? And they're like, okay. You know, so yeah, this is what it looks like. And this is where he's like, it's weird. There was food there, and like this little gate. Somebody set that up. Are you trying to say your wife did it, sir? Okay, Idaho Spud Girl, thank you so much for your sticker. Shell Teresa said, why is this part so hard for him to explain? I know, right? Rob Belcher said that Orpe's testimony was far more convincing. She rarely went off track with her answers. This guy looks and sounds totally guilty, right? I mean, even though she lies a lot and one could say a lot about her, her testimony did seem far more authentic, believable, in my opinion, right? Let me know what you think as well. Pernille's like, and to your left is Mount Sinai. This guy. Ooh, and he's taking it so cautiously, so slowly. He's very, very careful with his words because he knows you're gonna mess up.
She can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, you just up, was it 1 flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
I mean, I would call it 1 flight of stairs, but it's
2
I
sets
don't know,
of stairs.
7, 8, 9 stairs, and then
Saw it on the body cam, so did the jury. Gerardo says, that's not spilled food. What? I know, look at it. Look at it. The jury, they have these exhibits. So he also has to remember that, dude, the jury has the exhibits, they've got the body cam. They can literally go and verify and see how much you lied. Objection Cake said, Lily, who was apparently all worked up, a stranger in the home, did not try to follow you upstairs.
then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay, so did you go up that basement stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
Okay. When you got to that level, who was there?
Wait, before we lie some more. There's the basement, right behind the cop's back. There's the basement. And Juliana claims she didn't even remember when she followed Brendan, she can't remember if she locked the basement door or not. That is so scary. The little girl could have easily climbed over that little dog gate. So could the dog have been like, you know what? No. All worked up, let's go investigate. Which is why he's charged with child endangerment, by the way. Okay.
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay. And
But like a dumbass, you were still just like, what am I looking for? Let's look through the kitchen and the living room. Even though you see a car you don't recognize, Juliana says a man went into the home. You know he had access to the home because he went through the front door. Weird how the dog is in the basement with food spilled everywhere, which it wasn't spilled everywhere. And yet this dumbass is hearing things, but they're not going upstairs. Okay.
what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay. And was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area, that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay.
And you would know about the sounds because you literally banged the au pair in your room. You told us yesterday, even the first time. And then she came into my room. Okay? We also know that you went to her room. So you're used to hearing noises in other places and, knowing things. But like, oh, there was a noise coming from upstairs? Okay, Earth to Jackass here, put 2 and 2 together. Juliana said she saw a man go into the house. You're hearing noises upstairs. Do you want to confront your wife or not? Meaning, because if he thought, she might be cheating. Do you want to just grab those packed lunches and leave and address it later? No? You're going to go in there. Give it a little bit of time, right? Now, Wine Yogi said, I never met a husky who isn't an escape artist. And Dr. True Crime R said also, a baby gate is no match for a husky. They can scale a 6-foot fence. You have to husky-proof yards to keep them in. They are well known for escaping. And yet he's like, yeah, this little baby gate was up. Mm-hmm.
And what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
Dude.
What did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Okay. Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay.
Well, then you did call 911 twice. Oopsie. Okay, and you were the one having the affair, so. And also moaning, really. Liar. Christine had no idea. She was freaked out, according to Juliana's story. That's why she called 911 so quickly, because Christine was screaming and saying, Juliana, call 911. Brendan, he's got a knife. Moaning. The timeline doesn't even match. Just to let you know, if you guys aren't aware, from the time that he left the McDonald's at 7:38 a.m., let's say he says it took 11 minutes to get home. It's not 11 minutes, not even based on the steps and all that we went over yesterday. Call it he gets home at 7:44, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 7:45 a.m. At 7:47, the first 911 call was made. And you could hear what sounded like a man in the background suffering, probably from a gunshot wound, okay? That's what it probably was. It was probably Joseph Ryan in the background. So you're telling me that everything you just said happened in 2 minutes? Dude, oh please. Nothing happened yet. Meaning even Joseph Ryan, what he thought he was there for? No. Nothing happened yet. I would even go so far as to say they staged the scene, meaning Christine's pajamas were like in a bundle. She was completely in the nude. Maybe she slept in the nude for all we know. I'm just saying how he just left her like that on the floor with all the paramedics, all the cops, everything. 2 minutes, you guys. 2 minutes from when he arrives at his house, talks to Juliana, who's sitting in the car, goes in the basement, kneels down, talks to his daughter, talks to the dog, goes upstairs, looks around the living room, the kitchen, everywhere, goes up a flight of stairs or two lots of stairs to the bedroom, 2 minutes before the first 911 call is made. Literally, based on timestamps, actual evidence. Like, what the hell? And then it's like, Juliana says, he said, no, not 911 yet. Okay, and they wait 15 minutes to call again. And 911 is trying to get hold of them in between, and they don't answer the phone. 15 minutes, 8:02 a.m., the next call was made. Yeah, okay. Maxwell said exactly. I grew up with Huskies, escape artists. Okay.
Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
So what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave.
Should have done that.
I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how
He's going to be so emotional. How could his wife have someone there when he's cheating with her, on her with the au pair? Can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Lana Del K says, why were you emotional if you were cheating on her? Exactly. My goodness.
how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
Yes, what?
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what?
This jackass, honestly. Okay, let me read some comments quickly. True Crime Kate said, this would have been more believable if he said that he had suspected her of having an affair and Juliana was a spy and this was a crime of passion. I know, right? Wow. Joe Hoffman said, guys that cheat on their wives always accuse their wives of cheating on them. And actually it goes both ways, right? The cheaters are always pointing the finger and blaming the non-cheater and saying they're cheating. Okay then, projection, you know? Wow, brown-eyed girl said, my eyes hurt from rolling back so far. If he better never say skin on skin again. We don't ever want to hear that again. Thank you so much. Just stop it. Okay, so, and also just remember, 2 minutes. I hope the state points it out. 2 minutes from when you left McDonald's. So let's look at the map again. And then you drove home as fast as you could. 6 minutes max. Okay, about. He says 11. So you can't even go with that because it doesn't make sense with the first 911 call. So his 11 minutes is already debunked. Okay, the 911 call is made at 6:47. You left McDonald's at, 7. I'm saying 6, right? 7:47. You left McDonald's at 7:38. So you get there at 7:45. There's no way all this is happening. You're pausing, you're thinking, and where's Juliana in that moment? Where is she while you're doing all this? Your girlfriend, remember? The one you're having an affair with? Yeah, that one. Where's she right now? She's right there with you, according to her story.
Did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But you could, were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, and which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like
Why don't you know?
8 at the bottom, and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor when I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up partially at the basement door.
In 2 minutes.
Okay, and so you were both.
Sure, this guy is so tall, he's like a giraffe. He can be at the top of the stairs now. And not only just almost at the top and peer into the room that's like 8 to 12 inches open, he can see things, but he can also peer all the way down and see Juliana partially coming out of the basement. What do you mean partially? And why don't you say, go back in there, go? No, just, yeah, okay. All of this in 2 minutes.
On the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay.
Because you're spineless. I didn't say anything to her. Just come here, girlfriend. Let's James Bond this together. Did he have like music playing in his head? Because remember, your girlfriend had the Glock that you bought her in her pocket, even though she took off her shoes so she doesn't stomp around in the bloody scene. You were like, probably take off your shoes, like just go tiptoe to the safe, tiptoes to the safe to pretend to get the gun there. Ooh, why would she know the combination to the safe? The au pair knows the combination to the safe in your master bedroom? Well, that doesn't sound very secure. And she says she had the Glock in her pocket. So how are you going to explain that one?
So you continued on?
Yes,
But you realized she was there.
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay. And in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
Now, so you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
Outside the room, I headed towards the door, and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
And
Did he get a toe hole like Chandler Halderson did? Because he got a toe hole, you guys. Why doesn't he just blame all the blood on his toe hole like Chandler Halderson did, you know? Steph says, love your work. Thank you so much. Now, Scrappy XFL says, geez, on the featured page, like this to keep her up there. Yeah, see? That means YouTube's giving me a good report card. Please like it. Then they put me on the featured page so more people can find us and come and snark here with us, hey.
did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to
What does that
see
matter?
or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described it as the bottom.
See, the attorney's been paying attention. He can't say they were on the bed, which would be the logical place to be, based on his first theory. You can't say on the bed, because the sheets, trigger warning for a picture coming up, okay, a little bit of blood on the carpet. Those sheets were white. Joseph Ryan was here somewhere. Wait, like here. And Christine was at the foot of the bed, with her head facing the bathroom, which makes no sense based on his version of the story. Yeah. So, okay, there you go. He's like, yeah. So he needed to just, and he's oversharing. There's too many details. Yeah, Southern Cali B says rehearsal practice. So much rehearsal. So, and you can't say that Joseph Ryan was stabbing my wife on the bed. No, there's no blood on the bed. Sorry. Look, they're clean white sheets. There were some blankets over here and all that, sure. But they're on the floor? Okay, carry on.
Bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way?
Yeah, what?
If you're in the bed.
Yes, if you were in the bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm showing you, right? So I think the bed would be facing the TV, like there's a TV cabinet and all that, right? Steph, thank you so much. Oh my word, this is $100 sticker. Thank you so much. You said you would make a brilliant attorney. Oh, thank you so much. Would you like to hire me? Thank you so much. Oh my word, $100. I really appreciate your support. So we could see it here. We can look at some body cam in the break again as well, so that we can orientate ourselves around this bedroom a little bit, okay? But you see, he has to over-explain why his wife was found at the foot of the bed with her head facing the bathroom and completely naked, and Joseph Ryan was on this side of the bed. He has to try his very best to explain that.
So you indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine.
Yes.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay, so when you...
Did you hear that? Did you hear it? On February 24th is the only time that I had communication with him in that room. We know. But you had communication with him before, right? Using your wife's, device, laptop, to communicate with him from another room. When he said from that room, he just messed up. You heard it. True Crime Kate said, gee, I noticed when the photos from after Juliana moved into the bedroom, they still had those purple sheets. The purple sheets were from her room. They had white sheets in the master bedroom, I think. I mean, they could have had lots of sheets. I'm just saying based on the photos, right? Thank you so much.
Observe this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours.
Oh, stop it.
On her hands and knees. And Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her, and from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her. He was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where were they?
No, I was maybe one step into the room.
Okay.
Like one toe with your right foot, with your toe hole? Oh, okay. If you've never seen the Chandler Alderson trial, you gotta watch that one. Okay, the replay is always there. It's all timestamped for you. Whew, some of the best opening statements ever. And that lying dismemberer, Chandler Alderson, who dismembered his parents, he talked all about his toe hole. So that's what I'm referring to, in case someone's like, why is she saying toe hole the whole time? Yeah, that was his excuse for all the blood from dismembering his parents. Toe hole. So Stefan's like, how many feet? Just 1 foot, Stefan, 1 foot. Just one in the door. And this guy, you're telling me, you see your nude wife on all fours. This guy, oh my word. You wish, okay. Okay, you see your wife on all fours, and Joseph Ryan fully clothed behind her. In 2 minutes, remember, from when he gets there. Okay, you see this and you don't think, ooh, awkward, sorry, my bad. Yeah, talk to you later. No, you're gonna go in there and you're gonna be like, immediately shoot him. What?
Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard. I can't really tell, but
of course you
Christine
can't.
went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police.
Okay, and what was your intention?
Why would you do that? Husband. What the hell are you guys doing? Are you cheating on me? Would be a better, but he's the cheater. But you know what I mean? Police. What? My wife is naked on all fours and there's a fully clothed male here. So yeah, as Sharon Martin says, now he admits Joe is fully clothed. So where's the skin-on-skin contact? He doesn't want to say spanking because it'll sound too much like Juliana's story. But it probably means hand to butt is what he's wanting to say. But he's like, skin-on-skin contact. All right.
In doing that?
Alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that could, I don't know if he could see it, but it is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Yeah, where's your badge, tax agent? Police! Joseph Ryan, have you done your taxes? The hell's he walking around strutting around being police? Drop it. Police. Oh my. Yeah? There you go. Schnupp 911 says, police? You're not police, you're an IRS agent. Remember, some people are saying he's an FBI agent. He wishes he was James Bond, you guys. He is an armed federal tax agent. The operative word, tax agent. Okay? So he's like going in there like James Bond, up the stairs, come here, girlfriend, we got this. Keep that Glock in your pocket. Up we go. And then you walk in there like, police! Such a jackass, right? Oh my word.
Like 11 o'clock. So just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not. And it's February, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
Were your pants zipped? Because it sure didn't sound like it on the 911 call. Go listen again.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
Okay. You just said police.
Yes.
And what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you
Okay.
said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay.
Okay. Freaking weirdo, this guy. Punk says, no, he's not just an IRS agent, he's a federal agent, per his words to law enforcement officers. Well, I mean, he was a armed federal IRS agent, but yeah, I think he thinks he's FBI. Literally like, I am an FBI agent, also James Bond, also super sexy. No. And everybody will believe me. All I gotta do is get up on that stand. And why would this attorney let him do this? Because when they lose, he can just say, well, we're both to blame, okay? It's not only me. You decided to get up there. We had no hope anyway, but then you got up there. Ruined it for your damn self. KJ said, IRS agent, you're being audited would be more accurate. Why is he still talking? By the way, my huskies say Lily stayed to protect V, but her urgency was PP dance. Could be that as well. Thanks for being a member for 37 months. Quickly, while I pause, Jen Helmick Sackett said, I pray the surprise witness is his old supervisor who refutes the entire meeting for a promotion, who says he actually took the day off or was a mediocre employee nobody even noticed. I've had some people email that may have worked with him before and they hated him. Everybody, they don't like him. He was not a well-liked employee, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be someone like that, and I can't wait for it. Can't wait. Yes, Stefan says, I bet he practiced. My name is Bond. Brendan Bond in front of the mirror. Even in the jail plastic mirror, he's like, they'll believe me. Okay, here we go. So at this point, when Juliana said, Christine said, Brendan, he's got a knife. Juliana says Brendan shot him, Joseph Ryan, in the head immediately. Okay, so again, do slip up as well, when did the stabbing occur? This is going to be interesting now, right? Southern Calibre says, Brendan, Jim McIntyre, yeah, he's my co-worker. Jim McIntyre, the fictional character from the Matthew Paul trial.
Now, just so we're clear, when, at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position, on the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay, and the bed, is the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay, so from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay, and what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified.
Why is he smiling? He's smiling. He's literally smiling while saying this. While they're talking about a knife to Christine's neck, he's smiling. Are you noticing that? Also, apparently, let me quickly see. Apparently, the orientation in which Christine was found was not with her head facing the bathroom door, but facing the double doors of the bedroom. So it's almost like Christine and Joseph Ryan were like perpendicular to each other, which doesn't make much sense. A lot of the first responders were like, what the hell is going on here already on day one? You know what I mean? Just from seeing it. Okay. So KK on YouTube said storage dressers under the bed. Who cares? Liar. He fills in way too many details, right? Look at him. I'm just going to go back a few seconds because this guy is smiling his ass off. Look at this.
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
Really? Why are you smiling then?
What were you thinking that you needed to do?
Still smiling.
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation. I did not want to shoot him.
Okay.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers, that she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And
he said it wrong twice. He told me that she was hers. Wait, yeah, that she was hers. That's what he said. That she was his. Is that what you're trying to say? Like this guy, you talk so much crap. You're going down, bro. You're going L-wop all the way.
he did. He told me that she was hers, that she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And
She gave herself to me. Sorry.
Christine
And?
kind of yelled, moaned at this point also.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, guys, ATB 6333 says, are we still in the 2-minute timeline? Yes, because the first 911 call was made at 7:47. He left McDonald's after eating his crumble cookie in the car with his loyalty program to McDonald's and his QR code not loading, and cheated on McDonald's right there in the parking lot eating his crumble cookie till he got the call from Juliana. Okay, left there at 7:38, gets to the house, 7:47. The first 911 call was made. And already in the background, you can hear what I believe to be Joseph Ryan in the background. In pain. Because he'd been shot in the head by Brendan Banfield. And then the second shot was Juliana. That's why she was arrested first, because they could prove that, right? So yes, we are still, all of this is still happening in 2 minutes, okay? All of it.
You said she was hers?
She was his, sorry. She was his.
Can you say the whole statement of what you said?
One more time, good boy, like we practiced. Say it again, just like we rehearsed, okay? That sounded a little weird, and the people are going to be thinking, what's wrong with this guy? Say it one more time from the top. He's like, let me access that. Okay, going over my script, here we go.
He said that she was his, and that she gave herself to him, to me, is what, she gave herself to me, is what he said.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see?
You thought that she was being injured or being stabbed because she moaned. The same thing you said earlier about the skin on skin and the moaning, and you thought it was sex. So now you're also using the same word, she moaned, and you thought she was being stabbed, but you couldn't see that, even though you've got your taxman badge out and a gun. Okay, Didemy, that said, blonde lady behind BB's dad is body language expert. Okay.
See him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay.
So much hair, you guys. So much hair. Well, that's what he's going to blame it all on. Just couldn't see. She just has so much hair, okay? Wow. Thank you, Lisa. You said, let's hit the 10K listeners. Proud to be here. Thank you for your 10 Swiss franc sticker.
If you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or, well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but, it's more kept.
Why are you laughing? Comb over.
It was kind of large and frizzy at this point, and I couldn't really see very well.
Okay.
Who in the hell describes their wife's hair as large and frizzy while she's being murdered? I've never seen anything like this. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad he got on the stand.
And so I interrupted you. So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair.
Best guess, huh?
I can't see his left hand at this point. And so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear?
Mary Fryer says, state took risk by allowing the defense to drag out questioning of all those witnesses, and this POS trying to outsmart everyone. Doors will open to unheard testimony, and it worked. Bring on new witnesses. I love it, right? Thanks, Mary. Thanks, LL, for the 5 snarky coffees. Let's see what's this here. Julie Wilson said, Duper's delight smiles. He thinks everyone is buying his bull, right? This guy could be the textbook definition for Duper's delight. Look at him go.
Appeared to be injured greater than what you thought when you saw her?
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern for you while you were in the moment?
There wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything, when the time came, well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay.
A very tight situation. This guy's got some really weird words to describe all this, right? Auntie Lime, that's a cool name. You said, no apologies for interrupting. That's why we watch. Thank you so much. Stefan said, he's the type who might have shot a puppy when he was a child. Right? This guy. Oh, my word.
And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do then?
I'll sustain the objection.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time, and then I know that I told told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that. At some point, he asked for me to leave, and at a different point, he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you?
Again, it's still yes, all within the 2 minutes. Why? Because 911 was called the first time at 7:47. Yeah. You could already hear him moaning in pain, like as if it was Joseph Ryan that had been shot in the background. Do you remember it? If you didn't, it's also on the videos that I made for you. Then there were all the 911 calls in the Juliana video and the body cam as well, right? But if you want, we can hear some of it again. It's distressing, but let me know in the break if you want to do that. If we have time, because I'm chipping in, so we could skip right over the first morning break.
You say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay.
You're under arrest for not doing your taxes, Joe. Scott, 88SH, said, Joe, you're on first name basis? I know, right? So he's self-snitching just the way that Juliana did. 2 jackasses. Look at him. You're calling him Joe now, huh? Oh, wow, okay. Not a strange man in your house, not like who's the stranger. Didn't ask any questions at the hospital of like, who was that guy in my house? Oh no, you're telling us here, Joe. Okay.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm.
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now like
Joe.
on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And
A downward stabbing stroke. And again, he's still calling him Joe now. Why? Well, you would have been familiar with him. That tells us that he was part of the FeLife conversations, in my opinion. Wow. You're still saying Joe this whole time. I mean, his name was Joseph Ryan. But to the guy on the stand right now, it should be this guy. He should be saying, this guy. There was a strange man in my house. Just like Juliana said. And like I got in there, and there's this guy in my bedroom. Like, what the hell? Oh no, but he calls him Joe the whole time. I don't know if he thought that would go over better with the jury, but it really probably won't, because it's very weird.
when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine. At that point.
And where's Juliana at this point? Because she was saying all this, she was in the room, all the crap that you're saying here. Her story mostly matches. And at this point, Juliana said that Christine said, why did you do that? Call 911. And that's when she called 911, which was at 7:47 a.m. Okay, don't forget that.
What did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her.
So I got the cost off her.
I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
Okay, again, then when was Christine stabbed so many times in the neck? Because your story didn't cover that at all. And to say, I stepped over her. You stepped over your wife to check where you shot Joe, even though you've been to target practice so many times. Okay, it's part of your job. Okay, when did she get stabbed so many times? And why do you need to tell her to stay down if she's been stabbed in the neck so many times and has a blood disorder and would bleed to death? Why are you not immediately calling 911 and asking for an ambulance? You know who called 911? Juliana. She made a mistakey and whoopsie, put the phone down. There was noise in the background, put the phone down, wait 15 minutes, let's call again. Not once did he ask for an ambulance. Not once on the body cam did he ask the paramedics to please save her life, please help my wife. Nothing, nothing. Now explain, look at him, explain all the stabbing, because there were many stab wounds, somewhere between 5 and 20. Some of them overlapped, like one area was stabbed multiple times. That's why they don't know the exact number from what the medical examiner testified to. But many, right? George said Joe Ryans should be able to do a civil suit and take all of Banfield's money for wrongful death and slander. Right? Thank you so much.
And what, if anything, did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Okay. Before, at some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was still very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward.
That right foot
I
was
still
busy.
had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay, and when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay, so what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving, and
Why not? Your girlfriend called 911 and you apparently went, and she put the phone down. They tried to call you back and you guys ignored it. And then you waited 15 minutes. Okay, and then called back. But sure, go with that story. All, again, within 2 minutes of him arriving at the house. Just a Crazy Jane said, if I were his attorney, I'd be nervous. He's going far off script. Closing will be interesting. You know what else is going to be interesting? Cross-examination. I can't wait for cross-examination today.
Let me ask you this, did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine, and I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And
Oh, trying to sound emotional, are we?
I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay.
I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back. And did you hear he tried to sound emotional? He tried to make his voice a little shaky. Yeah, Stefan says, take a tissue. Could we get some tissues up in here for him? He needs to dab that dry face of his every now and then. Wow, this is eerie. I find it really eerie how he's talking about all this and stepping over his wife and talking about her large and frizzy hair and just talking about her hair the whole time and stepping over her to get to, thank you everyone for the coffees for the mods and I, stepping over her to get to Joseph Ryan because that was his priority at that point when he already shot him in the head. And then kneeling next to his wife and she's just writhing, he says, flips herself right over. So scary. Oh my goodness. Vex of Vex says, sat on a freezing cold seat on a freezing cold platform waiting for a packed tram. Thank heavens for G. Well, thank you for taking me with you. I hope it's warmer in the tram.
What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck. And she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating what, that her hand was indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck. And I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
The wound on the right side of her neck. What about the multiple? So did you carry on then? Did you take it from there based on your story? She had multiple wounds on the left and right side of her neck. But on the 911 call, you said she has a huge hole in her neck. So keeping on point with that, the jury's not stupid. They're going to be able to see all the exhibits. They're going to be able to see how Joseph Ryan's body was positioned when found, how Christine's body was positioned, and it'll probably not make any sense based on his story. So.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And at this point, you forgot all about the 911 call, didn't you? He forgot all about it. It's not part of his story at all. That little slip up when Juliana called 911 at 7:47 a.m., he's forgotten all about it. Because it's already happened. Based on this little story and timeline, it's already happened. And he's already done that. No, not now. She put the phone down. They're calling back. 15 minutes. Now he's describing the 15 minutes between the 911 call and the other at 8:02. But he's forgotten to tell anyone about that first call. Juliana's not even in the room at this point, and the dumbass is not even calling 911 himself to get an ambulance there ASAP. When his wife has injuries, large injuries to her neck, he said, injuries to her neck, bleeding. He knows she has a blood disorder. This is not just something up in the air. It's all over her Instagram page. She posted about it. She had to take medication before she went into labor so she doesn't bleed to death and all that. He knows about it. Doesn't call for an ambulance. Says she wanted more pressure. Why don't you want to? Why don't you want to help her? He's putting it on her. She wanted more pressure on her neck. But you didn't want to do that, right? And that as well. Eloise said Christine was a nurse. She would have known to ask B to grab towels, call for an ambulance. all of those things.
Did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room, and I told Juliana to both call 911, and I
Both?
told her to watch him.
No, you didn't.
Indicating to Joe.
So
No, you didn't. You said go get a towel so you could stab your wife in the neck without having your DNA or fingerprints or anything on the knife. Number one, there was a towel with blood on it, so they found that. Also, you apparently told her, don't call 911 yet, so he's forgotten about the first call. And to say, watch Joseph Ryan. You're not going to tell her to call for an ambulance? Not that either? And you're just suddenly noticing, oh my word, there's Juliana. You also told her to tiptoe to the safe, because she did, because her socks were covered in blood. The inside of her shoes had blood. The detectives even wrote messages to each other saying, we've got them now. It's blood inside her shoes and on her socks. She took her shoes off after kneeling down. She apparently was kneeling down too. Remember that whole story? I don't want to go over that again. It's so disturbing. Oh my goodness.
the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay.
She darted
Did you
forward.
ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I mean, I know what she was doing now, but I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is what was she did you know what she was doing at that time?
I don't think that's what I was thinking about at.
Okay.
No, that's some distancing language. I don't think that's what I was thinking about. Okay. Mish Shay away. So they want us to believe that a 21-year-old au pair had the ability to mastermind this plan and not the IRS officer with all this training? He's guilty. I mean, I wish I could see the jurors' faces right now. They must be like, oh, they're awake now, right? Also, C. Courtney Shipf said, I went to school with Christine, elementary through high school. We graduated together. This is so sad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for being here with us. I hope that you feel safe here with us in this community. Oh my word, this is horrifying.
I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that time.
Now, what happened next?
Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
And what did you tell her?
It was at this point that there was another shot. And I looked up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm. And I
The one you bought for her?
was stunned that
Oh, you were stunned.
Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you,
He was stunned, you guys, even though he took her to the shooting range with him, even though he bought her the Glock, even though he claims, or she claims that she tiptoed, she took her shoes off, tiptoed, literally tippy-toe. She talks about going to the safe and getting the gun, pretending to get the gun because the gun was in her pocket. The Glock that her boyfriend, Brendan Banfield, bought her was in her pocket the entire time. And Juliana's story is, Joe's moving. Like, oh my God, he's moving, and shot him. And Brendan apparently told Juliana that he only got her the gun in case something went wrong. So with Joseph Ryan still moving to the two of them, it sounds like that was in their mind, like something's gone wrong. So she shot. Lena said, his story makes me sick. All I can think watching him is liar, liar, pants on fire. I hope the jury sees through his lies as much as we do. I mean, we could have a verdict by tomorrow.
Where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the she was in front of the master bathroom door. This is kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very far at all.
Shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything prior to. I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know. If I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder, like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see?
How? How in that story did that happen? Okay.
Him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up. And I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and
He said again. He said again. Again? But he didn't tell us about the first time. Again. Interesting.
I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
No, the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that Juliana took out of the safe, was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe.
Back it up. The gun that Juliana took out of the safe? Really? Your au pair knew the combination to your safe? Do explain that. I hope the state grills him on that, because no. Kathleen said, telling on himself again. Yeah, I told her to call 911 again. Again? Well, yes, but you forgot to tell us and the jury about the first time. We know about it. And we know that the phone was put down. And then 15 minutes went by. From 7:47 to 8:02. Oh, and then you told her to call again. And why'd you tell her to call? Why aren't you calling? Why aren't you asking for an ambulance for your wife? Objection Cake, thanks for your sticker. You said, if true, maybe Joseph Ryan was trying to stop. Yeah. Maybe Joseph Ryan was trying to stop the defendant from stabbing Christine. Could be. I mean, you never know.
Was that put back in the holster?
I did not put the gun, I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me. Basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of,
Sorry, hold on. Yomar Vaz said not only she knew the combination, but she knew it at heart that she was able to get it and use it in less than 2 minutes. But yet on the 911 call, she could not say the house address. She could not say 13320, something like that. Stablebrook Way. She couldn't say it. Doesn't know the house address, but knows the combination to the safe. Right.
position when you were tending to Christine? What position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, was it, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me and the bed at this point.
And that
He's got a towel, hey? When he's lying, he's got many towels, but he always says at this point. When he's lying, he says at this point or at that point.
Can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, in terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to
You said
show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that, when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything. And I yelled at her to call 911 again.
Okay. And do you know if she followed your advice?
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance, and I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So from inside the room, please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that 911 came, how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom and kind of moving towards the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I heard that she was on the call with 911. And I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and so I answered the questions, of my home location. And
Okay, now he's just mixing up the first call and the second call. He's blending them together like a dumbass. Dale Liesel said, I had blood on my hands. What kind of excuse is that? Freudian slip. I know. I had blood on my hands. Just couldn't make that call, Saw Juliana after being in her trance. Okay, she started working on her phone. Like, what is he even saying? Wow. Katie Key said, why has no one ever brought up that Juliana was instructed to shoot Joe so she would be fully into the plot and couldn't back out? Well, that would be hard to prove. She said her part right on the stand. And she didn't say that either, that she was instructed to. Just if something went wrong and him shooting Joseph Ryan in the temple, they thought that would sort that out. Didn't. She said, oh my God, he's moving, and shot him. But she had the gun in her pocket the entire time, right? She was ready in case. So, yeah. But I do think that him taking her to the shooting range, him buying her a Glock, was his backup, if that's what I think we're speaking the same language there. I think it was his backup that he's like, oh well, if anything, they could arrest her. So when they did arrest her after 8 months, in October of 2023, he probably felt like, oh well, good. She'll take the fall for everything, right? And he's still actually trying to do that now. Stefan said, it's a great idea to tell your au pair that it's not proficient in English and in complete trance to call 911. I am going to quickly stretch and get some coffee. I wish I didn't have to get up now, but I do have to for my health, and I need coffee. And I want to take you with me, obviously. I'm just not going to be on screen. I'll be right back, okay?
I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife, and that I had shot him. And I identified myself as an officer, gave my address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes. We had spoke slightly more also during that time. She was coughing, and blood had come out of her mouth, and so I knew that that's possible for people to choke on blood, and so I told her I was going to roll her on her side, and she and so we did, and so I did that, and she seemed to know that that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door, and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we've just talked about, did you ever get a point where you had a better idea of the wounds that were on Christine's neck?
After Juliana shot, and I went back to Christine. Once again, I put my hand on her hand, but she slid her hand from underneath mine and put it on top of mine. And actually, my finger went inside of her neck, and that made me realize how badly she was hurt.
Now, with regard to when the hands were moved off of the neck, was there any indication as to how badly she was hurt in terms of anything?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
In terms of, once you took your hands off of her neck, did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length of the wound, and the fact that part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Were you able to, and so were you able to continue compression?
I did try. I would say that both of us continued to try compression. Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking?
Okay, dude, who's into the knife and blood play? You putting your finger in her neck hole. What are you saying? What is he saying, you guys? I'm sitting there waiting for the freaking coffee to brew. Okay, and I'm like, I'm listening to this, making faces in the kitchen. What? Yeah, Stefan says he put his finger in one to measure how deep the wound is. I don't know what he was doing, but it's so freaking weird what he's saying. Like, dude, sure, the jury must be like, right? Oh, man.
What about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was I don't know. I guess we were focused. I was talking to her, and I guess.
And Juliana said that she didn't want to hear the conversation. Do you remember that? She was closing her eyes and ears. She just didn't want to hear the conversation. But then afterwards, she went closer to where Juliana's story. She went closer when Brendan was stabbing Christine in the neck, and was kneeling next to Christine and had put her hands on the carpet, and then she felt blood and that it felt warm. Okay, you sick. I don't even know what to call them. I just think these two are very, very sick. Ew. Yeah. Wait, so how do I say your name properly? Juana Michelle said, question, does trauma look or sound like this? All the details? No, I don't think so. In my opinion, no.
So I was a little bit more focused on that.
Okay. And in talking to her, did she assist you in any, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically, she had indicated that she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I guess I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, I don't know, I guess try to close the wound as much as possible, but it didn't seem to be doing anything.
Okay, and in terms of the blood, when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
In the beginning, you could see that the blood was like, I guess, partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe, and what did you do?
I mean, this was back to putting pressure and covering the wound, and
Now, did there come a time when the first responders arrived?
yes, after some time, the first responders arrived. I know that Juliana left the room at some point, and I know that I heard her go down the stairs. I think that 911 had instructed her to open the door.
But on the 911 call, you made like the two of you are downstairs, so what's this all about? And if this is all made up, sick mofo with fingers going in neck holes. No. Like, imagine if they were downstairs, not helping, not applying pressure, like you said, and on the stand, he decides to go into this level of detail, but it's so gross, what he's saying. P.H. Croak said, so Christine is talking a lot through this trauma you put it through, and not. It's bad, hey? Make every day your best day. Says, wait for it. Thanks for your sticker.
At a different point on the 911 call, the 911 operator advised to get towels. And Juliana, this was before opening the door, Juliana went into the master bathroom and came back with towels also.
Now, had you been using anything when the 911 operator suggested towels, clean towels, things like that?
So I guess originally I stopped doing pressure when the 911 operator recommended to use towels. And at that point, I grabbed the comforter that was kind of all around me, and I used the comforter, part of the comforter on her neck for a little bit.
Okay. And did there come a time where you moved to something different, or what?
When Juliana gave me the towels, I kind of tossed the comforter behind me and used a towel.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do after that?
I know that there was a point that I rechecked Christine's pulse, so I had to remove the towel, and I saw that it wasn't really as covered in blood anymore, and the pulse was significantly weaker, and
The pulse.
I checked her pulse with my hand. Her pulse, she still had a pulse, but it felt slow and weak compared to when I had my hand previously.
Now, if you can, and do you have any idea, or can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
It's hard. It's very difficult to say. It felt like an extremely long time. I don't know. You're not really thinking about how long it really takes, but
Let me help you. It took 23 minutes, okay?
the wait on the 911 call felt like it was forever.
After you
Which one?
testified, you
The first one or the second one? It felt like forever. But after the first one, you guys waited 15 minutes to call back, right? Didn't that feel like forever? Out of the 23 minutes that it took for them to get there, and it didn't take them 23 minutes, by the way. The call was made at 7:47. The call was then made at 8:02, and they got there within 5 minutes. They were already, at 8:10. The 911 call lasts 8 minutes. That's why I'm calculating 8 minutes. Okay. So from when you can hear Juliana, okay, they're arriving, we're here, all of that, from start to finish, 8 minutes. So 8:02 plus 8 minutes is 8:10. From 7:47 to 8:10, am I doing the math right? 23 minutes. And he's like, it just felt like forever. What about the forever between the two calls when you were doing all that with your finger?
stood up after Juliana shot Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
Was there any time between the moment you went back to Christine and the time the first responders arrived that you weren't next to Christine?
After I stood up, I spent the rest of my time kneeling next to Christine, and I did not get up from next to Christine until first responders arrived and instructed me that they were going to take over.
Okay.
Are you sure? Because on the 911 call, it sounded like you were banging the au pair during the call in the kitchen. That's what some have speculated. In fact, many have said that. Go listen to it again. If you guys don't know, it's in the video. And once you consider the possibility, it's like, oh my word. So anyway, and it sounded like you said you were downstairs. You also confused everyone by saying Joseph Ryan was downstairs. So what are you talking about?
Well, let's go to that point. What was the first thing that you realized that the police were there, or fire, or whomever?
I know that I heard Juliana yelling to come up here. And I heard many footsteps and people arriving.
And from your position of rendering aid, how did you move from that position?
So I was facing Christine and facing towards the master bathroom, and I was instructed to go into the master bathroom.
When you
I guess-
went, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think I was standing relatively near for a few seconds before they instructed me to go into the master bathroom.
I thought you were kneeling the whole time. You just said it. Oh, now you were standing? But then also when they got there from the body cam, we can see you were on all fours, bro. Thankfully fully clothed, oh my word, in the bathroom, pretending to have a panic attack.
And when you relinquished first aid duties to the first responders, was Christine still breathing?
Yes, Christine was still breathing.
And her pulse was still positive?
Yes, she was still alive, very much.
Okay. Now,
He says very much. He was still alive. She was still alive very much, but yet you didn't ask anyone, please save my wife's life. Please take her right now to the hospital. Is she going to be okay? None of that. None of that.
when you were taken away by the first
Mr. Carroll, is
responders.
this a good time to have the morning break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our 15-minute morning break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
The defense attorney looking around, a little nervous. I don't know how that went. Not well. Godzilla from Tokyo said, gee, I can't wait to hear what behavior panel guys have to say about this bullcuck. By the way, Brendan's hairline sucks. Okay, and justice for Christine and Joseph. You guys must buy the behavior panel stickers, not me to ask them. You must go ask them, okay? I hope they do it as well. Me too. But make sure you get their attention on their channel with stickers for them. So you could say, hey, excuse me. Can you please do this? Should I nag and tag? I've done it before. Should I nag and tag them on X? Okay, we're going to skip over the break, don't worry. Just love how you could just see the prosecutor is so ready. She's in Grizzly mode. You can see it. It's like, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Can I have a turn two, please?
Mr. Banfield, just a reminder, since you're still testifying, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney at this time, okay? Let's come back at 11:45.
He's like, okay. Gonna go have a crumble cookie now. Gailey said, do we know why he played the fifth if innocent? I mean, yeah, why does he not want justice for his wife, right? Deb, thanks for the snarky coffees. Everybody buckle up. We're going to now teleport right to where he's back on the stand. Ready? Here we go.
You can come straight to the stand, Mr. Banfield.
Mr. Litsky in the background there. What are you thinking about all this, huh?
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Look at him. He's a very compliant, good boy. See that? You can also see the lighting in the courtroom. It looks a little foggy, hey? All smoke and mirrors. Literally looks smoky right now. It's all his freaking smoke and mirrors. And Stefan's like Litsky thinking he's doing amazing. Wait till he looks back at the timestamps. Ooh, crap. Erin says, those crumble cookies are about 800 calories a cookie. I know, right? Those are some huge cookies. And he had it for breakfast. Damn, bro. JSMP Jen said, wait. When did he plead the fifth? Did I miss that all the time from day one, already at the hospital? That's not on the body cam. It's just what was reported and what I've heard, right? I get lots of emails from lots of people who may know a thing or two about the case that I could share with you later when the case is over, okay? But the point is, from day one, at the hospital, didn't ask to see his wife, even asked to say, your wife just died. He's not like, oh my word, can I go to her? Can I go be by her side? Can I say goodbye? No. Pleads the fifth. Detectives are like, all right, sir, we'd like to talk to you. He's like, nope, plead the fifth. Got a lawyer. Oh, okay. And then when he was called to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearings, pleaded the fifth. Or pleaded the fifth for every question. Would not answer a single question on the stand after she'd been arrested and when she was getting ready for her trial. So yes, he refused from day one to speak to law enforcement. That's weird. He has the right to. But the thing is, he never wanted to fight for justice for Christine. He didn't say, who was that strange man in my house and why would this happen? Didn't do that.
All right. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, we left off at the point when you were being told to let the first responders take care of Christine. Do you recall who it was that advised you to go into the bathroom?
I did not know the names of anybody at that point.
Okay. When you went into the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do while they were tending to Christine?
I was instructed to sit on the edge of the tub.
Okay.
He didn't know anyone's names at that point, okay? Just Joe's. So here, even though he's got all the discovery, that's what people said earlier when we pointed out, right? That, wow, he's saying Joe the whole time. Interesting. Wouldn't you say that man in my house? Oh, you're saying Joe as if you'd communicated with him quite a bit before then. Okay. He's familiar to you. But all the first responders don't know their names. But you would know from the discovery, right? You can't say a single name? Interesting.
And at that point, what condition were you in?
I was panicked, shocked, worried, scared. I felt like I was having a very hard time breathing, and my leg was bothering me, seemed to be spasming.
Okay, we saw from the body cam video, excuse me, we saw from the body cam video you received, I guess, a checkup in the ambulance?
Yes,
Okay.
some of the officers took me to an ambulance.
And what was that, what was the basis for them to get you checked out? Do you know?
I know at one point when I was in the bathroom, I went to the ground,
Okay.
and I wasn't walking properly. So they seemed to want to get me checked out.
You're probably still not walking properly, you freaking creature. But also because you don't have a spine. You wouldn't be walking quite upright or properly if you had a spine. If you don't have one, right? Right. And why was his one leg, why was he getting spasms? And he showed it almost like his ass was getting spasms. Why is the hand? Is it because you were in the kitchen calling 911 while banging the au pair at the same time? Is that why? Is that why you had butt spasms? I don't know. I have many questions.
When you arrived back home from the McDonald's, were you having any difficulties physically?
No.
During the period of time of what you described on February 24th within the bedroom, were you struck in any way that would have affected your lower extremities?
I don't remember being hit in my leg at all. I only remember being hit in the back of my shoulder.
Okay.
But do you remember your hips thrusting back and forwards maybe? Maybe a little skin on skin or not? Do you remember that? Can you please ask that? Deborah McGee says someone should tell him that he's toast.
And when you, I think it's partially showing on the body cam, but when you went down, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
I was crying. I was having,
Crying?
I guess I would say that I was hyperventilating.
No one say that.
I stabilized myself with my hands on the floor. And I was scared for Christine.
Okay. And at some point you, as we see in the evidence that's been presented, you go to the ambulance and you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about another topic that came up during the trial.
Ooh, another topic. Mom for Life said, is it a fact? Hell no, it's not a fact that he was, I guess you want to say, banging her in the kitchen on the 911 call. No, it's not a fact. It's just a speculation. If you listen to the 911 call and if you see the comments from on the video of the 911 call, a lot of people had said that. And I'm like, huh? I'm going to have to listen again. I'm like, oh, okay. Could be possible. You never know. They're so sick, those two, right? Filthy. Yeah. Lady for Justice said he's definitely sporting the expression and body language of feel sorry for me. Of course, he's the victim, remember? And he was also the victim that day, okay? Hyperventilating, crying, still haven't seen one tear.
Trial. What, if anything, did you know about the purchase of windows at your house?
Windows were, Christine and I started looking for windows back in 2021. We received quotes from 10, 12, 15 different vendors. The shopping process was long. Over the course of the quotes and shopping process, we've refined that we wanted triple pane windows because the front of my house has quite a bit of southern exposure. A lot of sun comes in there and the foyer would get very warm. Also, some of the windows in my house were stuck closed where we couldn't open them. Christine complained about that none of our windows had screens. And one of the windows by the back door was off center enough that there was actually a slight gap to the outside. And the smallest window in the basement, for some reason, was a single pane window and would allow cold to come in. So that was a lot of the reasons why we shopped for windows.
You mean you went window shopping, like you went window shopping for who to cheat on your wife with? Like that? Triple pane window shopping. We heard you. Stefan said, why so detailed, Brendan? Just say, we wanted new windows. Yeah, that was a lot of details. He went through almost every window of the house and tried to justify why. Now, if anyone's just watching now, you don't know why the hell they're talking about freaking windows, it's because Juliana, the au pair, testified that, yes, Brendan and Christine were window shopping, looking for new windows, okay, to save more energy-saving windows. And some of the reasons he probably just mentioned of why Christine wanted new windows. He also forgot to mention here that they were relatively close to the airport, and maybe you could have said that would have been noise reduction for them. I don't know, but he just skimmed over that now. Didn't think of that. Okay, he's not smart. So then, in line with when he was having an affair with the au pair, suddenly he wanted to throw another $10,000 at the window problem to get them soundproofed. And Juliana testified that he said, can you go into the master bedroom and scream as loud as you can? I'll be outside. I just want to hear if you can hear that. And she said she wasn't willing to do that, which I still don't believe her, but okay. So she says she went outside and he was in the bedroom and he was the one doing the screaming, and that she said, yeah, you could hardly hear anything. So meaning, good. Once the soundproof windows were installed, excellent. You can't hear any screaming from the master bedroom. That's what Juliana said, which is why the defense attorney is now bringing up windows, right? Algoma1, thanks for being a member for 29 months. You said what the defendant needs here is a mysterious secret agent friend who will excuse everything. Yeah, like a Jim McIntyre, right?
And you indicated you went through numerous vendors.
Yes.
And when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we agreed on. I believe we had a second quote from Vinylite in the summer, the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with the triple pane windows. I believe it was in July of 2022, which is also before any relationship with Juliana.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. Not according to her posts on social media. In Portuguese. She was in love with you. She was in the bathtub with you from July already, jackass. There's timestamp. Del Liesel said, you can listen to the airplanes to test the quality, right? I mean, you make such a good point. You know why? Juliana says that, yeah, he said like we should scream and see if you could hear anything. Why scream? I know that's her words, so you could decide if you give it any credibility or not. But why scream? You know what I mean? Like these two, where their minds go. Why not say, let's play music really loud and see if you can hear from outside? Oh no, you wanna practice what screaming would sound like. Okay.
And we've placed the final order in August and I believe made the first payment before any relationship was with any relationship with Juliana, meaning that the windows were fully decided.
Not fully decided. No. They were decided, then you threw another $10,000 at it to make sure they'd also be soundproof.
Prior to any relationship with Juliana.
Now, did you ever go outside and scream in some sort of a test?
He's going to say no, because that was a silly question. Did you ever go outside and scream? No. He went into the master bedroom and screamed.
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wondered if our neighbors didn't hear the gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying.
Why'd you speculate that with Juliana? What are you saying? Would you like to put the handcuffs on now? Off you go. Buzz cut. Let's go. Wow. Let's go a few seconds back here.
The gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying to Juliana, and that was after February 24th, after some of my neighbors had spoke to me and said that they didn't hear anything.
Now,
So then, because the neighbor said, wow, we didn't hear anything, then you speculated with Juliana, who moved into the master bedroom. Wow, it's weird, huh? They didn't even hear the gunshots. Must be because of those triple pane windows.
the window job that you had Finalized do was a full replacement of all the windows.
Yes, it was replacement of every window.
Okay. And was there anything about the windows in the bedroom that was greater in terms of soundproofing or greater in terms of efficiency than the other windows around the house?
No, the entire house was chosen to do triple pane windows.
Chosen.
There was a couple windows that were slightly different. One of them was the pane window in the master bathroom, which was obscured glass so that people can't see into the master bathroom. We changed the style of window of the basement smallest window to being double pane and triple pane in a sliding style. I think that was the main changes besides upgrading to triple pane and the different repairs and things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving on to the personal weapon that you have.
Okay.
Was that the one that Juliana used?
Deep breath. Did you hear that? It's like, now moving on to the weapon that you have. Oh, okay, calm down, Brendan. Damn.
On the 24th?
Yes, my personal firearm was a Glock 43X.
And where do you normally keep that?
I keep it in my firearm safe, which is inside of my master bedroom closet.
Okay. And do you know, was that firearm in the safe and locked on the 24th of February?
Yes, the firearm was in the safe and locked on the 24th of February.
And did Juliana have access to the code?
Juliana knew the code because the code was the same as my door code to the house, and at different points she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearms.
At different times, she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearm. She thought I was a sexy FBI agent. Little did she know, I was just a tax agent. No insult to tax agents. I'm just saying. I think Juliana got lost in translation. She thought he was some cool FBI agent, police officer dude. He was a tax agent, okay, armed, yes. Shame. But also Stefan said the safe code was the same as the door code? That's smart, Mr. Federal Agent. I mean, he has the audacity to say police when he gets into that master bedroom that day. Meanwhile, doesn't know a damn thing about security. Your door code is the same as the safe? I don't believe that either. Prove it.
So when you testified that she went into the closet and you thought it was for towels?
So when she went to the bathroom, I guess first I can't see the master bedroom closet from where I was in the bedroom. When I told her to watch him and call 911, I didn't know what exactly she was doing at that moment, and I couldn't see that she went to the safe.
And at what point did you realize that she had gone to the safe?
Only after she shot.
And at some point, were you able to confirm that your personal weapon was being used?
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay.
The one you bought for her after taking her to the shooting range because you thought, that's fun, that's a fun little outing. I'm going to go anyway. That's what you said yesterday. I was going anyway because I got to, he's got to do his little tests and everything. I think he said twice a year. So what a fun little outing for her to join me on. Okay, did you ever take your wife with or what? Is this a date? What's going on here? Well, he was already dating the au pair, but fun little outing. Taking her to the shooting range twice and then buying her a Glock. But now he's saying it's his because it wasn't his name. That makes sense. But he bought her a Glock and she said she had it in her pocket. Now, which one do you believe more? That she had it in her pocket and then saw Joseph Ryan moving and she's like, oh my God, he's moving, shoot. Or that she got it from the safe. His gun from the safe. Like, she could barely even speak on the 911 call. Didn't even know the address. Why would she be tiptoeing around knowing the code? She doesn't even know the house address.
Now, let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
February 23rd?
I'm sorry, February 23rd. I apologize.
Correct. His birthday.
Were you aware of any vacation plans for you and the members of your family?
Let's just pause there 1 second. Remember he said his birthday, right, is on February 23rd. So he had his birthday the day before the double homicides occurred. And he said that his plan was to go to a meeting. That's why he left for McDonald's. But also, hold on, he went to McDonald's and he said he just quickly went there to pick something up, some breakfast up, And then he had to go because he had to prepare his presentation and everything. Okay, if you had to go, why were you sitting in the parking lot eating a crumble cookie? Why didn't you just go? Because you said you had to go and plan everything, right? Set everything up for your big presentation, for your big promotion. Okay, there's so much I can unpack with this guy. I could go on and on. But let's say this. On the 24th, he said his plans for that night was to go with his daughter to New York to a birthday party that his friends were having with him. That story is also weird to say, I'm going to take my daughter, not wife. Already sounds premeditated. You're going to take your daughter, go to New York, and go to a party that people were having for you for your birthday. Why would Christine invite Joseph Ryan over that morning when she knew she's going to be alone that night? You're taking your daughter to New York, right? I don't know where Juliana was supposed to be. But why would she have Joseph Ryan over at 7:30 in the freaking morning? Misty Peterson said, I've always appreciated Virginia's state seal, the goddess of virtue standing atop the fallen tyrant. Let this be Christine's victory over this tyrant taxman. L. Wop, thank you so much for your sticker. And Juliana, really, she's going to take off her shoes, tiptoe to the safe. She said tiptoe, okay, on her tippy toe, rather than call 911. She's going to go and get a gun and then walk around and get a towel. No 911. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and what did you know about the vacation plans?
Christine and I already had a cruise that was planned for, I don't know, maybe May or June of 2023. That was planned earlier with a large part of our family was going to be attending to that. But Christine and I were planning another trip, which was going to possibly be to Punta Cana, which is where we had our honeymoon originally, and so we had discussed that, and she was telling me about some of the resorts that she had been looking at.
Okay, and was Royalton Resorts one of those?
That, I believe,
I don't know who this guy is, but I love his eye rolls as well. He's just like, he's had enough of all of this.
was the one that she liked the best, and she sent me a message wanting me to look at it and basically to see if I agreed, and if we would probably book it relatively soon if we thought that would work out, and we'd have to figure out, days off and things like that.
We don't believe you, bro. You look like a liar all the time, but especially now. Heidi van Dijk said, and the poor child was out of bed at 7, busy day and a party in New York. Even that. She was 4 years old. You're going to have a whole outing to the zoo with Juliana, like an all-day outing, leaving at 7:30 in the morning? And then you wanted to come back after a full day at the zoo and then get in the car with you and go to New York? Wow.
Do you remember where you were when you received that message?
Actually, I think I was in the living room with her. I think she just sent it to me as like, this is what we're saving so that we could, continue to review it later.
Okay, to show her.
Yes.
Or to show you, I guess.
Yes.
And how did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use standard text messaging. Our usual messenger of choice was Facebook Messenger, and that's how I received that.
Okay. And you were in the same room with her?
I believe I was in the same room with her. We were in and out of the same room together frequently that day. That day was my birthday.
Specifically relating to that request or the discussion about the travel arrangements, did you ever take control of her laptop?
No, she was sitting on the couch using her laptop, and we were discussing it while I was playing with Lego with Valerie.
And
Listen, guys, he was just playing with Lego, okay? Implying that his wife was sitting there on the laptop, simultaneously looking up holiday trips and using the FeLife account. That's where he's trying to go. But good luck with that, buddy. As if. Also, can he please ask, or maybe can the state ask, what did Juliana give you for your birthday? What did you do with Juliana on your birthday?
did she ever...
We don't want to know, right?
Did you ever use her phone regarding that discussion?
No, I never used her phone.
Did she ever leave to go anywhere during that discussion regarding resorts?
Not that I remember. At some point, I took Valerie to bed, and bedtime at that time usually involved a story or two, brushing teeth, getting changed, so that took 20, 30 minutes, and then I returned to Christine after I was done with bed for Valerie.
Why do you have an au pair, though? Wouldn't the au pair help with that? Such a great dad, you guys. He played Lego with his daughter, and he put her to bed and helped her get ready for bed. Why have you got an au pair, though? You just want her, what, as a side piece, or what's going on here? You have an au pair, dude.
You returned to Christine, did she have her devices still?
Yes.
Now, this was your birthday, so what was going on at the house that day?
Do tell us, do tell us.
One of my friends, Nishant, came over. He brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was
Here we go.
Midnight Treats.
Midnight treats. There's the crumble cookie that he still a box of them. Damn, okay. Crumble cookies are a brand, right? You know Crumble cookies or no? Crumble spelled C-R-U-M-B-L. I think that's how they spell it. Crumble cookies. Giant cookies. All sorts of flavors. I've never had one. I've just seen a lot of people review them, right? And so he talked about the crumble cookies too much already in this trial. Just stop it. What did you do for your birthday? My friend, Nishant, poor Nishant, get on the stand. Sir, tell us that he's lying. Okay, Nishant brought him a box of crumble cookies. Very sweet. And he had that for midnight treats. Really? Midnight treats? What were you doing at midnight with the au pair, huh? What were you doing, huh? Because there were stains on the sheets still. So we probably know what you were doing at midnight. We don't want to know. But anyway, then he also talked about on the day of the murders, going to McDonald's to get breakfast, but sitting in the parking lot, for his big rush to his meeting, which is why he left the house earlier, eating the crumble cookie that he got for his birthday. Okay.
And, but really, we didn't do anything for my birthday because Valerie had swim lessons that day. So I had taken Valerie to swim lessons. Christine had told me she had to work late. I don't think she got back until after 8. Christine and I had celebrated my birthday, I guess, the day before. On the 22nd, we went to Korean barbecue, me, Christine, and Valerie.
And where was the au pair? Liar. The au pair who's part of the family didn't get to go to Korean barbecue? She should sue your ass. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, no. She should be LWOPed, honestly. But what? He's conveniently not talking about Juliana at all, huh? We saw your stains on the bed sheet, sir. They were still there, so we know what you did for your birthday.
Right. And on the 23rd, which was your birthday, where was Juliana?
I don't know where Juliana was when we were talking about the vacations. I do know that she came with me to the gym. She actually worked out with Nishant at the gym. And then Nishant came back to our house later. I was with Valerie at the pool.
Okay. And
Why would you admit that on the stand? Why would you just admit that you and Juliana left the gym at a separate time? At least this one time, and we know about other times from the data and what the detective said. But he's saying it himself now, so okay. Thanks for that, Brendan.
the discussions regarding resorts and all that sort of stuff was going on, was Juliana around for that?
I don't know where she was, but she was not in the living room, kitchen, main floor area.
Was she in her bedroom dancing in a lingerie waiting for you?
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
I don't seem to remember much about her phone that day because my recollection is her using the laptop, and that's where she was doing the research that we were talking about.
Now, did there come a time when you recorded Lily and the sounds that Lily made and makes?
Yes. I believe it was in the summer of 24.
Okay. And in doing that recording, why were you making a recording of Lily's sounds?
Ryan Campbell which is Juliana's attorney, had come to my house because he wanted to view the layout of the house and see how far it took to get to places, and where my gun safe was and things like that. And when he was there, I had Lily outside because I didn't want her to bother him, and he heard sounds of Lily whining and complaining to come in because she was separated from everyone on the inside. And I believe it reminded him of the noise.
Sustained as
I
to.
don't think you can say what he thought.
Okay.
What, if anything, did he ask you to do?
Objection,
me to-
hearsay.
Based upon your conversation with him, what, if anything, did you do?
I recorded the sounds that Lily made.
Okay. And have you listened to the file of Lily 3?
Yes.
And does that accurately represent the sounds that Lily made?
Yes, I sent several different recordings I made several different recordings for her. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the one Lily 3?
Yes.
And you've heard it and you've listened to it?
Yes.
And that reflects the sounds that Lily makes?
Yes, it does.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 370.
Lily is the dog, or was the dog? I don't know where Lily is now, but Lily was the husky. There's a picture of Lily. And I think because the defense had a remote witness at some point, which didn't really go anywhere, I think they're going to try to say that the noise on the 911 call in the background was the dog. Not Joseph Ryan, was the dog. But yet Brendan said that the dog was in the basement, and there was that child gate up, and then there was food in the basement. So I don't know how this is going to go, but let's hear it.
7.
Any objection?
No objection.
377 is a different, it was annotated as a different exhibit. Do you want to make it 378?
Yes, sorry, Judge. I thought we'd stopped at 376, so that's why.
You tried to get 377 in, but we didn't, so
Yeah,
378?
378, thank
Okay,
you.
378 in evidence.
And Your Honor, may I just chat with counsel for 1 second?
Brendan's like, wait, what? Why is he talking to the prosecutor? Because he knows you're going down. Thanks for getting on the stand, Brendan Banfield. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, the file that I was about to move in is already in evidence in the Commonwealth's case, the 911 call.
Okay, that's the exhibit 1 or exhibit 2 or 3? We have 3 911.
I believe it's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
See,
All
he's
right.
going to compare the two now.
Court's indulgence for 1 minute.
Yes, yes, sir.
This guy's face is so expressive. I love it.
Sir, have you ever used or looked at FeLife prior to the discovery that's come out in this case?
No, I had never used or looked at or heard of FeLife previously.
Were you aware of Christine using FeLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FeLife.
Did you have any knowledge of whether she had used Craigslist ever?
I think that she did back in New York to advertise that we had a yard sale.
Okay. And that would be the extent of the use of Craigslist?
That's the only time that I can remember.
How about something called Backpage? Did you ever know her to have used those kind of things?
No.
Was there any sort of, well, let me ask you this. How is it that you and Christine would primarily communicate?
Primarily, we would communicate on the phone. We would talk almost, when Christine would leave from work, she would almost always call me. Obviously in person when we're together. And if it's messages, such as when we're both at work, we usually use Facebook Messenger.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FeLife, in your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I don't believe him.
Without getting into what she had said, were there times when...
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
What, if any, times were there conflict in terms of sexual...
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
In terms of your sexual relationship with Christine, what, if any, differences did you have?
I was not interested in ever harming her. I was never interested in sexual violence. I would say that we also had a discrepancy of how often we would like to have sex, or I would like to have sex more frequently than we did.
But did those differences, what, if any, effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
I would say that those differences caused some of the reasons why we had affairs at various points in our relationship.
You had affairs. Stop saying we. You did. And you also talked about your finger going into her neck injury, where she was stabbed multiple times on the stand. You sicko. And now he's just, you see, that's why on the thumbnail he's got a halo, okay? He's a really good guy, okay? Amazing husband. And just not unreasonable, okay? But he'd never want to hurt her. Just facing 4 counts of aggravated murder. Yes, he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law, but I'm so glad he took the stand. Thanks for helping prove it.
Did you love your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of plan for what February 24th became?
No, it was a situation I was never expecting, never expected to be in, would never want anyone to be in.
In terms of looking back on February 24th, what, if any, things do you think you would do differently?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, things would you do differently in the room confronting Joe Ryan?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
When you shot Joe Ryan, were you aware of where you would hit him immediately?
No.
When was it that you found out that you'd hit him in the head?
Actually, I wasn't sure. Where I hit him until we had discovery.
And why did you shoot Joe Ryan on February 24th?
He was attacking Christine. I mean, he was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Oh my word, that smile is so crazy, bro. Look at him. He's like, I wish I shot him earlier. This one, he's something else. I don't think he knows how badly he's doing. Does anyone think he's doing well on the stand? Don't feel shy now. Stefan says, you didn't put your finger in his head wound to measure it. I mean, with the way he testifies, you never know. They should actually ask him that. Oh my goodness.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Wait. Let's just see. What's the time? Okay, wait. I just want to see. What's the local time now? We're a few minutes behind. Ooh, cross-examination. No, don't make this short, okay? Listen, state. You go for it. You go for it, okay? Even though they're going to go on lunch soon. Wait, did you see how long this would be? Minus 50. Oh, they're still not on lunch. Okay, cool. Here we go.
Is my power cord in your way? Is my power cord in your way?
Good afternoon, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Already looking to the side. You shady dude. Are you ready, everyone? I'm going to try to keep quiet if I can. Just pay attention. Here we go. Buckle up. Deep breaths. Okay, let's grill this guy.
Good. So let's understand. This is the first time you've told this story or any story about what happened in the bedroom on February 24th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not tell the police on that day in the bedroom. You did not tell the police on that day in the hospital. You did not tell them when you were back at the station, correct?
Judge, I'd object. May we approach?
You can approach.
He's already objecting. You pleaded the fifth, correct? You didn't want justice for your wife. You were silent at all times. Look, he's already chugging water. He's so nervous. Connie said he's so annoying, starting a sentence and stopping middle of a sentence, then starting over the exact same sentence. Could he be any more annoying? Could he be any more annoying? I see what you did there, Connie. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Let's try that again. You didn't tell the police in the house. You didn't tell them in the driveway. You didn't tell them at the hospital. You didn't tell them back at the station, correct?
I said what I did on the 911 call. I was not questioned by the police at the house, in the driveway, in the ambulance about what had happened.
Okay, but you were questioned at the police station. You didn't tell them then, right?
Actually, I was not questioned at the police station.
Okay. It's been 3 years. You have not had an opportunity to tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to speak to me. The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay, and you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time, you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings, and it was my intention that I was going to testify at Juliana's trial.
Okay, but at the preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
That's what I was instructed to by my attorney.
Okay, so now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened, now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
Oh, but not at the hospital anytime before then, jackass.
And I've been waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them, at no point have you had your counsel reach out to law enforcement to tell them this story?
Actually, I
of you
did
protecting
have-
your wife. Excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you saved your wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you?
I won't talk too much now. I just want to say this one thing. The mask is slipping, hey? Damn, bro, we're seeing an interesting side of you. Freaking reptile here. Look at him go. Look at the attitude, the anger, the audacity. Can you believe his demeanor right now? Okay, here we go.
You do that?
They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay, understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you took trips together, correct?
Yes.
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No.
No? Okay, it's on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine, your wife?
I think Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in. Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday, I think, that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay. So let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness and counsel Commonwealth's 244.
Feisty attorney, I love it so much, oh my word. Making my day.
All right, so Mr. Banfield, these are your Discord messages with Juliana. Do you recognize the username APOCD2?
Yes, that's my
A little
Discord.
bigger so you can see. Has some more numbers after that, D21?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that's you, right?
Yes, that is my Discord.
Okay,
Name.
and Juliana is identified as Juliana, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Okay. So if we look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Juliana broke up with me numerous times.
Okay, on this occasion, she said, I told you I'm seeing other people. We spoke about this already. I won't be going, speaking of this trip to New York that you were going to take with Valerie,
Yes.
right? I'm sure you two will have lots of fun, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. This upset you, didn't it?
No.
No? Okay, you beg her in the next several messages to please talk to you, correct?
The tea we didn't know we needed. I love it.
How are you? Do you want to talk? We can chat. We'll scroll up so you can see more.
And those are a different day, it appears.
Well, it looks like it's within hours. Yes, midnight happens and we've moved into another day, but you're still asking if you can talk to her, right?
That appears to be what it says.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer into evidence Commonwealth's 244, the Discord messages.
Any objection? Okay. All right, 244 in evidence.
And Judge, if that's been published, the jury will let it linger for a second, and then if we can, take it down.
Right, Subtle Stream says, bruise that ego. He is about to crumble like the cookie he had.
Judge, if we can move to display to the witness and to counsel, Commonwealth's 245. Mr. Banfield, I'm going to just scroll through it. Let me know if you recognize this letter.
Yes.
He doesn't like it. Look at him. Yes. You don't like that, do ya? Very, very quiet, eh?
All right, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And this is your letter to Juliana,
Correct.
written while she's incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
Yes, it appears that I was definitely in love with her. Definitely starting in the summer of 23.
Oh, okay, so it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship with
Ooh. Bro.
other points.
Shh. Sorry, I just, what? Pause, stop it, mic drop. That's when we had an opportunity to actually have a relationship. You mean now that your wife was out of the way? Did you just hear how you said that? Whoa, dude.
Had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship with other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. I Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her. So it wasn't really until the summer of 23 that we had a lot of time together.
Guilty.
Okay, but in this letter, you're talking about the memories of times you spent together before Christine's death, correct?
It seems like some of them are before and some are after.
Okay, and the long hot cuddle, was that before Christine's death?
No, that was after. We rode a bike and went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay.
Oh,
Judge, I'd
no,
offer
no,
this
no,
is
no,
Commonwealth's 245.
Any objection? 245 in evidence?
Look at everyone in the gallery. They're all like, yeah, I'm writing this down right now. This is so crazy. What are you saying? Verdict shouldn't
And
take
again,
long.
you describe here in the very first paragraph-ish, you came here and we fell in love. But you're suggesting that that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead?
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
Well, thank goodness not. Otherwise, Juliana would be dead too, right? Based on that. Wait. Who wrote this? Oh my goodness. Did he write this? Because, oh damn. Okay. Secret agent man. You are irreplaceable. You are my person. I believe you have the best life together. Full of love, happiness, support, fun, laughter, romance, and fulfillment. Sorry about the mess on the page as I'm crying while writing it. Stop it. Did he write this? Oh no, just... Oh, okay, he's making an ass out of his own self. Okay, I don't even have to do anything here. He's just going to do it himself. Emma Louise Tiny Living said, Grizzly and the Grizzlies are finally made alive, 4 a.m. here. I'll walk for this baby boy. You hear at the best time. The state is spit in the tea. Thank you.
Judge, if I can discontinue the display.
All right.
And if I can have Commonwealth's 246 shared with counsel and the defendant. Mr. Banfield, this one's 14 pages, so I'm not going to belabor this, but this is another love letter to Juliana. Is that accurate?
Can't wait to read that. We know Grizzly Cat's going to get it for us, right? If we can. Guess what we're doing tomorrow? We're reading that. 14 pages, you said. Every word will be read, in my opinion, based on what I think it could say already. If we get it, we're going to read it. Okay, Connie said, I think he keeps putting his foot in his mouth, right? He does, I think so.
No, it looks that way.
Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 246.
Any objection?
I don't know that there's a foundation for him identifying it, Judge.
Microphone, I just can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know that he's actually identified it. I think he's just agreed with her statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said, yes, this was his letter to Juliana. This is your letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right, 246 in evidence.
Baby boy writes love letters while crying. 14 pages, front and back. No, I don't know if it's front and back. It's just a quote from Friends.
And here you said that she's your gym partner, helped you to be the strongest in your life. You've never had a consistent partner before.
Yes, that was referring to a gym partner.
I am obsessed with your happiness.
Yes.
But again, all of this is
Guilty.
after Christine
I mean,
had passed?
if you look at that, it also is that I declared that she was a hero because, in my view, she saved my life that day.
From your wife? Or what are you talking about, bro? What an idiot. Like, thank you for taking the stand. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I think it's easier to fall in love with somebody that saved you.
Seemed like she fell in love with you because you killed your wife for her.
All right. And I'm going to have you take a look, Judge, if we can pull this down.
That's fine.
Commonwealth's 247. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
All right, and this is another love letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd offer this into evidence. It's Commonwealth's 247.
Any objection?
No objection.
247?
The defense doesn't even object to relevance. Defense is like, no objection. You here for the T2, huh, sir?
Okay, and if we can pull this down. If I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's 250. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Again, you to Juliana?
Yes.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her.
That is something that she wanted to talk about.
Does she want it to be Bruno?
Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 250.
Any objection? 250 in evidence?
Everybody point and laugh.
All right. But you are contending, again, these feelings, these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct.
Okay, and they certainly did not motivate you.
Sorry, stop. So I've got a little Ricola in my cheek here. Sorry about that. Okay, I feel like I want to have, what does it say? Something with cuddling, holding you. I don't know what all this is saying. I really like the name Chloe that you suggested. Daphne is another. I like this guy, is so crazy, my word. A boy name could be Robert or Robbie. Wow,
To
bro.
kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
Don't lie, don't lie. Sorry, I need you to hear that whole sentence.
Juliana and I weren't even together when
Nope. Further back,
When-
sorry about that.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her.
that is something that she wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 250.
Any objection? 250 in evidence?
All right. But you are contending, again, these feelings, these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct.
Okay, and they certainly did not motivate you to kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
All right. You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
Definitely not.
Okay. You've had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that
Stop
correct?
it.
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay. What would you
Okay.
call it?
Yeah, what would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay, but you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married. That was what I was looking for.
Okay. Another one of your affairs was with your best friend's wife. Is that correct?
No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two, they were not married. They were not even together at that point.
They were.
Look at this guy. It gets worse, you guys. It gets worse. Everything we thought we knew about him so far, It's getting much, much worse. This is so bad.
Is that your understanding of what they believed, or is that how you perceived their relationship? Did they think they were together?
I don't think so. My understanding is that she wanted to be with him, and they were not together at that point.
Okay,
But no, they were definitely not married at that point or anything like that.
okay. But you were married at that point?
Yes, I was married at that point.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about Christine and her apparent decision to solicit someone to fake rape her. You would agree, you have not seen today, nor are you aware of any phone history, computer history, indicating that she was interested in this type of relationship prior to January of 2023, correct?
I was aware that she was interested in this type of thing, but I was unaware of the messages or that she was pursuing this again, as it had been many years since she had expressed those feelings.
Okay, but there is no internet history that you're aware of predating January 2023, correct?
I'm not, could you ask that a different way?
Okay.
Can you ask that a different way, sis? Oh, you don't like the way that was asked? He's like, what? Christine was a sane nurse, a sexual assault nurse examiner, and yet he wants us to believe that she fantasized about, like rape fantasies. Okay. I don't think anyone would actually believe that. But carry on.
When, from what you've seen in court, she sets this up, she's using a profile picture from a gym bathroom with like a Barbie doll, I think it's an Ariel doll in the picture, and that's a photo that she sent to you on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any other pictures in her Facebook cache that she could have used that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay, you never looked at her Facebook?
Yes, I look at her Facebook, but I don't use social media very much.
Okay. You present.
Oh, just Discord and Facebook Messenger is your usual communication. You literally said Facebook was how you communicated with your wife, Discord with all your gaming friends and Juliana and whoever else, but he doesn't use social media very much. Okay.
To us with 20 plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh, okay. Those weren't your photos that you were sharing with us?
Some of them appeared to be my photos, but I don't know. Some of them, I believe, were my mother's. Some of them, I think, were Christine's. A lot of times, Christine and I, if we were to share photos, we shared them on Messenger.
Okay. All right. And in the pictures that you all had shared on Messenger, there was not a single other photo of Christine where she wasn't in a public bathroom that she could have used as her profile photo?
I'm sure she could choose whatever profile photo she would have wanted. I don't know why. I mean, it appears that she took the photo that day and used the photo that day for herself.
Okay. When these solicitations occurred between Christine and the other users on FeLife, she was looking for someone that she expected to engage with her sight unseen, correct? There were not to be any meetings in public in advance of this hookup, correct?
That is what the messages seem to appear.
Okay. And she was only doing this when either you or Juliana were home, correct?
It appeared to me that it happened when I was not home, based on what was presented today often.
Right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there. correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine that
Right.
can.
But most importantly, you are not home, correct?
It appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages
That's
that were
not what
sent
I
while I
asked.
wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages that from when I was home and when I was not home, it
Okay.
appears.
Okay. So the person that she picked, again, was one who was willing to come to her home, not a hotel, without any sort of public meetup first, as seemed to be the ask from most of the other participants on FeLife. Accurate?
I didn't read the other messages between the other people.
Okay. And this person needed to be willing to bring a knife, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see an ask for the knife.
No problem. You were present for your daughter's birth. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay.
You am aware. I am. But not you were. She also posted on Instagram, no pain, no gain. Sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better. Deep tissue massage from the chiropractor and more homework exercises to try to get my back pain free. Deep tissue massage and bleeding disorder equals major bruising. Okay. So, yeah, he just admitted he knew she had a blood clotting disorder. And yet, when she was bleeding on the day when he was trying to allegedly help her, as he said, he never thought, oh my goodness, the only thing we should do is call for an ambulance. Nope.
When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go to your meeting early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry. Can you
Yeah,
ask
you
the
did.
question again?
Sure, the night before on the 23rd,
Oh, on the
right?
23rd, sorry.
When she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay, and are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
She was aware that I had the meeting scheduled.
Okay, and was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to the zoo?
It appears to me that she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo. She had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right, and the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she scheduled Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she scheduled exactly.
Okay.
Didn't you read the discovery?
You indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
I believe they were coming in the evening, and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
But her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly.
Okay.
Because I think they were going
You said it yourself on the body cam at the hospital. Dumbass.
to Florida or continuing on.
Okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay, you didn't see her with her phone at all, did
I
you?
saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, and she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
Yes, she had her phone in the morning,
And you said that was 6:30.
roughly. I mean,
Okay.
I was in and out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact time.
So then would it surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Lidsky's work, would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that within
I
a,
saw her with her phone. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
What a liar.
got it, okay, so she was just with the phone, not using the phone,
Yes.
I see. Let's talk about what happened in the room that morning. You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes, is that correct?
I believe that's what the time showed.
Okay, and you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37, is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay, but as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911,
I did not.
okay? And you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
You don't run out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it, it's just another affair.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss with her.
Why not?
Yeah, why? You're banging her. You're having an affair with the au pair. He's like, I wouldn't discuss that with Juliana. What? I love this prosecutor. Look at her go.
You're having an affair with Juliana.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay, so you're leaving the McDonald's, you're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay, so when you arrive at the house, you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement, is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay, and at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy?
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay, but be it catching her in an affair or this question mark something else that you haven't defined, why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
I believe that she was safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there. I did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay,
But you said you were police. No wonder you became an Uber driver after this.
but you're law enforcement.
No shade to any Uber drivers, just a disclaimer, okay? I'm saying he has no idea about safety at all. I thought they'd be fine there. Why would you ever have your child go into a home where you think there's an intruder? Crazy. Stefan says very unsure.
And this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that. And It may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back, out, and it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp, too.
Right, your mind
Christine's
changed. It
Yes.
wasn't sex anymore now, it sounded bad.
Yes,
Okay. At that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
yes.
Okay. You didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It's right there.
It was there when it came with the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
You wouldn't think to use it that day?
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement and following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
Okay.
This guy is the opposite, as we know, understatement of safety. Wow. Your front door code and the safe code, same code. Okay? You don't see a problem with taking your girlfriend and your daughter into the basement when you think there's a strange man in your house? Okay. And you also don't think about at all, not a thought process, locking the basement door once you go upstairs to keep your girlfriend and daughter safe. Yeah, exactly. Also, Sandy sent me an email, thank you, if you're watching now, and you sent me a screenshot from someone who said on Facebook, Brendan Banfield said Christine was in bed with her phone, but he left at 7 a.m. and Christine's phone was turned off at 6:46. No one ever sees her downstairs, so when did she put her phone in the drawer downstairs? Juliana left literally 5 minutes before Joseph Ryan arrived, and Christine was still upstairs. Diana? Just catch him in all these lies, prosecutor.
So you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and
Okay.
that was at the forefront of my mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you yelled police, correct?
yes,
Okay. You didn't shoot.
no.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point. I had only seen her on the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she, in this echoey foyer?
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for just a moment while I log back in.
Oh my. I'm just loving this.
Judge, if I can have the witness and counsel take a look at Commonwealth's 251. Mr. Banfield, is this the person that you saw when you entered the bedroom?
Yes.
Joseph Ryan? Yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd offer Commonwealth's 251 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
Overruled, 251 in evidence.
So this man, Joseph Ryan, planned to kill your wife, having left this completely discoverable trail on the internet. Is that correct?
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay.
And parked his car in the driveway next to Christine's. Okay.
So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some point his mind changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him. But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
I believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck that the blood goes to her hair.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Let's go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning/yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left, and it seemed he, Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her at that point.
So we know from the medical examiner, and you know because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange, and it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay, but that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay, so you believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the 2.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
Exactly.
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
Yes.
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
Yeah, she told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my hand.
And then at one point, she tells you she can't see, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can pull down the current display. Take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
Thank you. Orange Cat Wrangler, you said, wow, this is so bad. She's pushing all the right buttons, all the right moments. Great cross. He's not the smartest cookie in the room. No, he isn't. And Kathleen said, inside her hair. Who speaks like that? Right? Look, this guy, he's got some funny phrases.
23.
Inside her hair.
I'm sorry, 22. I apologize.
22 under seal.
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I can have the witness and the jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth's 25, also under seal.
Yeah, so they're not showing us, okay? Graphic photos. Look.
And these
Look how
are
she
the
looks at him.
wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay.
Just revealing what a liar he is. This jury must be like,
So going back to Joe for a moment, you are not aware of what his plan was, whether it be to kill her or that may have just been something that happened while he was there, correct?
I know nothing about Joe Ryan prior to these interactions in the bedroom.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial what the Commonwealth's evidence is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricant because your
I
wife?
object. She's
What's your legal objection?
talking about the case, and she's having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's the legal?
It's not relevant.
Overruled.
I'm aware he went to Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricant for your wife, correct?
I guess.
Who
I don't
he may
know.
or may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he brought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
I guess. I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay. You said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So how long do you think passed between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding
show the
before you
timeline.
stop him?
Yeah.
Not that long. Under a minute.
Under a minute.
He says under a minute.
So if we were to count out 60 seconds, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, that would be a minute. And in that time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay, and at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe, and so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay. And you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have
Tax officer, yeah.
my shooting record is on the lower end for the qualifications, and there is not a lot, and there's very little space there. And I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay. Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes,
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot. Would be something that I should have done looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month when I can.
Okay, so would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022, that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended. And so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business. They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's
Talking
where I
lots
was
of tech
primarily
here.
going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point in time did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
I mean, I guess I came
According
to
to
Virginia
law.
in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, it sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group,
Well,
but I don't
without
know.
speculating, what do you remember doing?
That's not something that I remember the transition of exactly between the two.
Okay. Why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
Yeah,
It
why?
was something that we could do together. It was, in terms of many activities, it was something that was going to be out of the house. And generally when I could or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay. And you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
She realized that it was the same code as the door when I was putting away my gear during the day.
So your gun.
Also, to say why because if Juliana went with him to the shooting range, he still didn't really answer the question of why did she have to learn? She could have just gone with him, you know?
Gun safe code is the same as the door code to your house that your child and wife and babysitter have access to.
They had their own codes, but my code was the same between my door and my safe in my car. It was the same for all of them.
Oh, okay, so Juliana didn't have the door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different.
Correct.
I have my own code to the door, and she has her own code to the door, and my mother has her own code to the door, and Christine
know
has
that,
her own
right?
code to the door. She just, being next to me, going in and out of the house, knew my code.
So when you observed your babysitter picking up your code, because she was able to see, you didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't think about it. Also, I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something that was on my mind.
Okay.
But you you think you're the police though? You Mr. FBI here. He isn't FBI. Okay. So why are you so unsafe, dude? What the hell?
Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
I am aware that others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
Is this a breaking time for lunch, or you let me know? Okay.
I only have a
That's
little
fine.
bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes.
That's fine.
I won't
Let's
make
do it.
everybody starve, but
Okay.
just a little bit. Thank you.
That's fine.
Do you have any life-saving training as a result of your law enforcement background?
A little bit.
A little bit, okay. And your life-saving training tells you that Juliana should be the one to call 911 while you are attending to Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when Juliana hadn't called 911, you didn't think that was the time at which maybe you should do it?
I didn't realize that she didn't call 911 immediately because I was focused on Christine. So
Okay.
I wasn't looking at Juliana after I told her to call 911. I was looking at Christine.
But she did call 911 and she said you told her, not now, like just drop the call. So opposite story there. She called too early, right? Yeah, equestrian said, did she say she only has a little bit left? Please tell me that's not possible. Yeah, of the cross-examination. Then there'll probably be redirect, I would assume, after lunch. And then there's still the state's rebuttal witnesses whenever the defense decides to rest. And then the judge said she wants to do the jury instructions today, which means tomorrow would probably then be closing arguments and verdict watch, right?
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As
not
per
the
her.
upstairs, okay. Okay, so
He has to correct his story because he needs it to sound like there's a dog in the background and not the man he shot. So he's claiming she made the original 911 call at 7:47 from the basement.
you weren't there then, is your contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone?
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay, so while you are tending to your wife and exchanging hand placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, the blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that. Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were taught, and that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you never said that you thought you should apply pressure. You said that Christine wanted me to. You said Juliana fetched the towels, meaning he's distanced himself every single time from any life-saving efforts for his wife. It's always this one said it, that one did it, this one. He was just kind of there, you know. Latte, Lou, thank you so much.
Put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point,
I think
after
that-
you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay,
I thought it was right next to me.
thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
It was under your knees, wasn't it? What? I don't know. He almost looks like, how do you know that? That's how he looked like he answered. Am I right? Wow.
All right. Let's go ahead and, I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect, or? Okay, let's go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Don't discuss the case and don't do any outside research. See you back here about 2:15.
I'll be back in 4 minutes for some redirect. Go have your crumble cookie. You go for it, Brendan Banfield. Stefan says, all the details vanished into thin air. Right? Goodness.
Again, Mr. Banfield, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney until you're finished, okay?
Can I ask you a question?
You might want to ask your lawyer a question and not me before you ask me a question. Do you want to?
Can I go up there?
Yeah, go ahead and ask.
What is he going to ask? How am I doing? Do you think it's going okay? Okay. What we're going to be? They're almost coming back. Schnupp 911 said, ask him why didn't they answer when 911 called back? Exactly, because he's like, I didn't know about the first call. Yeah, but 911 tried to call back. 15 minutes went by. Why didn't you answer?
I think it's probably not an appropriate question, Judge, so we're just going to leave it as is.
Okay, not an appropriate question, so you can't talk to your attorney, okay? All right, thank you. All right, we'll come back at 2:15 then, okay?
All rise.
Everybody stand, please. Okay, so they are literally coming back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. What must we do in 3 minutes? My goodness. Like, I wanted to go over like body cam and things. I don't know if we have time for that, you know? So hold on. Let me just refresh this feed so that we can make sure we don't miss it when they come back. Okay. So how do you think it's going for Brendan Banfield? Do you think he's doing well? Is there reasonable doubt? What do you think? Do you think he's an innocent man? Or is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law? But do I think he is? No, hell no. His story makes absolutely no sense. My goodness. I mean, if you want to see the body cam, right? Let me quickly show you like this. Wait. If you go like this, I'm going to show you where to find it so that you can easily find it. Hold on. There. Okay. So, if we look at this, okay, here's the playlist, Brendan Banfield and Au Pair 2026 trial. So we started covering it here. And then if you go to these, if you haven't seen it, you got homework, right? Au Pair's body cam, husband and Au Pair's plan, that one body cam. This was the body cam from, you know, when he was taken to the hospital. So if you haven't seen that, you can already see when first responders are in the home, where Brendan Banfield is in the bathroom and all that, and what he said then. And also the body cam here of the basement and all of that, right? So that is what to watch if you haven't seen it before. So there's lots on this playlist, but particularly those two I would recommend if you just want to see the layout or, you know, whatever. I was going to go over some of that now, but we don't have time for that because they're going to come back any minute. So let me just... They're coming back. Let me go like this. We don't want to miss it. So I'm going to just put this on like this, okay? There we go. I mean, what do you think? What's the most damning thing about his testimony? I don't know how else to word it. Like, what do you think makes him look the most guilty? That's one way to ask it. Old School Girl said, we need a bath after listening to Brendan. He just testified a dumpster of lies. That's how this big hero and faithful husband is doing. for me, well, one of the worst things that he said was that he fell in love, you know, when they brought up the love letters, the 14-page love letters, that he had fallen in love with Juliana in the summer of 2023. That's after the murders, you know, because then they really had an opportunity to do that, to be in love. Yeah, when she moved into the master bedroom, and he said when his wife was no longer around, opportunity. He literally said opportunity. That was shocking to me. There's so much that he said. I mean, like the injury in his wife's neck and him putting his finger in it. That was so weird. That was so weird. But also that he admitted on the stand that, yes, he knows she had a blood clotting disorder. And yet you didn't think to call the ambulance one time. You didn't say it, not on the first call that you claim to not know anything about, not on the second 911 call at all. There you go. Sage says Christine was still around. Enough said. That was so bad, right? That was Cabby Stevens said prosecutor needs to question him more. I feel like, yes, we would love to see that, right? I do think so as well. But is it enough for the jury? It might be. It's me, D said, let's get a list of questions the prosecutor forgot to ask on cross. I mean, we could probably come up with a few, right? What do you think they should have asked as well? Let me quickly see. So Ida Bentley said Joe Ryan's aunt is also in the court because his mum is too poorly to attend. I did see that she said that on her Facebook page. He's back, everyone. Looking quite pissed off, hey? We skipped right over lunch. Isn't that nice? We skipped right over lunch, everyone. We are live. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't yet liked the live stream, please do that so that YouTube can see, oh, all these people are here and they liked it. That's really great. Thank you so much. And let's just continue to watch what goes on here on the stand. He's got redirect coming up now. So now his defense attorney has to try to reel that all back in.
Yes, ma'am.
We have names.
Can you just get...
Yours first, yours is faster.
Everybody have microphones, please. Thank you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there was an exhibit in Commonwealth's Exhibit 159,
159?
which was the firearm sale purchase, and there was some information that...
159, I have firearm transaction record.
Yes, and there were social security numbers and other identifiers on there, and I'm
All right,
just
so you
asking that they
want to
be...
redact the social security numbers?
That's fine, and I can provide the court with a redacted copy to
We'll
replace.
provide it with a redacted copy, okay?
Okay, awesome.
Also, Kay's Beautiful Struggle said, what did he do in those 15 minutes and when did he take the knife from Joe, right? Because he said in the ambulance, I took the knife from him. I don't know who that man is, but I took the knife from him. When? When did you do that? Because it's a different story now, right?
159.
159.
Thank you.
We'll get that. All right. That's all you have, Mr. Carroll?
That's all I have.
All right.
I have information. Judge, during the break, a gentleman approached one of our detectives in front of two jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop speaking, and they walked away, and that was the extent of it, but that would have been overheard by two of the jurors.
All right.
May we approach, Judge?
Okay, sure.
Who are all these people that like, pick me? Come on, state. You should have put a lot more on the stand. Have some rebuttal witnesses, right? Julia Rock said, if Joseph Ryan's mom is in this chat, big hugs to you. Justice for Joseph Ryan and Christine. Yes. Absolutely. Let me quickly, let's see if I could find something for you. Wait. Ah, baby boy. Look at him. So, okay, they approached. Joseph Ryan's mom
All right, are we ready for the jury?
said on Facebook, I have not said much here about how I am while watching Joe's murder trial. So this is on her Facebook page, right? One of the victims, Joseph Ryan's mother, okay? She said, I must remotely attend his trial because medically I could not be present. While watching it in my living room at home, I'm aware I would not emotionally or physically had the ability to be composed in any way during the process. My body and soul could not have withstood the stress and the horror. I'm not sure how any mother could have done this. My sister, Grace, and my cousin, Janine, are often in court sitting for me. I'm grateful to them for being able to do this. It's the hardest thing for me to do just about. It was harder when Joe was murdered and I learned the truth and felt such a great sadness and loss. This is different. This is reliving the horror of his life taken. It's harder in some ways. I look away or turn off the TV on days I didn't stop it fast enough, as the blood expert showed Joe's bloody hands or other photos. I was sick. See, that's why we don't show graphic photos as well. You know what I mean? Because I want the victims' families to feel safe to watch with us and chat with us and to never get a fright like that. Shame, man. She said, I held my hand over the screen, but my body and mind felt such pain and horror. Too much for this mother to see or hear. I had to sleep a lot. My body and mind couldn't take it all in. I will never have Joe back, and I will never be okay. May no one feel the pain and horror that I'm feeling this week. And may there, in the end, be justice for Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield. There will never be true justice in any murder, and certainly not in this case, but I hope for it karmically. I continue to watch the trial. Thank you for those that have reached out to me with support. I will survive this because I have Joe's strength and spirit still supporting his mother. I will see him again one day after I go. We will get to hug and laugh. Shame.
Agree then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Somebody said earlier in a comment, a mom would always have a phone nearby. You know, like not put her phone in the kitchen drawer, especially because she has a 4-year-old daughter. So if anything happened to her daughter, if Juliana had to call, like, oh my goodness, whatever, obviously Christine would have a phone nearby, you know. So it's so ridiculous that the phone was put in the kitchen drawer. He's doing his little sad face again. It's nauseating at this point. Look at him. Oh my word, it's so irritating. Stop it.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, you were asked on cross-examination as to your decisions relating to calling 911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so when you're saying in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911?
When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you weren't able to call 911 yourself?
Objection leading.
Sustained to leading.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish-type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
Yes. Originally, she denied it, and said.
Objection, hearsay.
You
Sustained.
can't say what she said,
Okay,
but you confronted her about it?
yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy. At that point, I questioned her enjoyment of it. It was pretty emotional conversation.
And in fact, were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do? with her?
Objection, leading.
What, if
Sustained.
any, of those things, why,
I don't believe him.
were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had, Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. She did many examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. She used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she seemed to look at them relatively.
I can't. Just stop him. Can we just stop him? Could we put a gag order on this guy? He is so sick in the head. You're going to try to convince everyone that your wife was a sexual assault nurse examiner who helped victims of SA and yet brought documents home, so she was into it. Are you crazy, dude? That's you. He's projecting big time here. He is so disgusting. I can't even.
Often.
Okay, and so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. This is an estimate, I guess, from like 2012 to 2017, 2018.
And the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
I would estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when treatment took place?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And as far as you can tell, were there ever any other instances where she was involved in something like that?
She had indicated that there was a.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't tell what she said.
Okay. I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And were there, how were you alerted to that?
She was frightened of that person.
Were there any-
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled this one. Next question.
He is so much more disgusting than I think any of us could have imagined. And also all the bruises you saw. Hello, she put it on her Instagram. When she went for, she said sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better. Deep tissue massage from the chiropractor and more homework exercises to try to get my back pain free. Deep tissue massage and bleeding disorder equals major bruising. And she has other pictures on her Instagram account too. She liked to do those like mud runs and things, and she would afterwards be like, oh man, look at all the bruising, but it was worth it. So if he now takes that and he's like, yeah, she was into, things of that nature, that BDSM? Because, you know, she was a sane nurse. So therefore, she was into it. Are you crazy, dude? That is where you lost probably every single person on that jury.
Were there any injuries related to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked about, were there injuries?
There was significant bruising to her legs, to her buttocks, to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly.
Just shut up. She went to mud runs. She went training. She went to acupuncture. You sick, sick bastard. I don't even know. I'm going to say so many things at his face later. You disgusting. Oh, my word.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Now, in terms of your testimony and some of the letters that you wrote there, in the letters contains statements about Juliana being a hero for you.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is you meant by that?
I believe that Joe Ryan was very much still a threat, both to me and Christine, to everyone that was in the house. When he got up and was able to strike me, my weapon was on the floor as well as the knife. So those were both things that he
Liar.
could potentially have had access to.
But you had handcuffs, dumbass. You could have, we already said he should have, right? Also, SJLD Film said, I hope to God there's a nurse or doctor on the jury. Can you imagine? Can they be the foreperson, right? And Augie319 said, I'm having palpitations as a nurse listening to this absolute trash. It's terrible, right?
So I view that Juliana's actions potentially saved the rest of us.
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
That she broke up with me?
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together. In February, when Ms. Sands had brought up the messages, she had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay, and you were...
February. You're just telling on yourself now. Oh, so Juliana was extremely jealous. And you, begging her to be with you. So when the state said, so did she want you to kill your wife for her? Is that why? So you could be with her? He's like, absolutely not. Well, you're digging yourself a hole now, sir. Wow. Kathleen said, is that the BJ cruise? Probably.
Trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I'm just talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
But your semen and her bodily fluids were on the stains. The stains, sorry, were in her room. Liar. We saw the evidence, jackass.
And so, what, if anything, did you, when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can have a seat next to your attorney.
Yeah, get the hell off the stand.
Your next witness,
Your Honor, I believe
the remote witness, is that
they were the remote witness.
the remote witness? All right.
I haven't
Please,
communicated
no.
with him per the
No,
court's order.
he was prepared to be between 2:30 and 3, so he should be fine. So let's just get him,
Okay.
it just might take a minute or two.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we can go forward a bit then. Thank you, Cynthia. The remote witness. They want him to testify that the sound in the background on the 911 call was a dog and not Joseph Ryan. Yeah, Stefan's like, after thinking for 60 seconds, he decided that Joe was an immediate danger. Court local's like, audio expert, come on down. Can the state please put Juliana back on the stand? That'll be epic. Just have a rebuttal of what Brendan said. Mamma mia, 5 said verbal diarrhea. Mm-hmm. You mean Brendan, right? Not me, right? Thank you so much for your support. Back in the naughty corner, are we? No, Brendan, it didn't go well at all. Anita, thank you for your sticker. Like, he's a really terrible defendant that we saw on the stand here. This one will go down in, like, the history books for us here at Grizzly True Crime. We've seen some bad ones. This was really bad. The level of victim blaming and shaming is so disgusting. Okay, are we there yet? Please rest after this. Please rest. Rexy says, this trial has made me madder than any trial I've ever watched. This trial has been quite something, hey. What a drag. Day 1, riveting. The rest of the day is a little bit of a drag. State rested so fast. Then the defense, like, it was so boring, beyond boring. Shame.
Sir, can you hear me?
Okay, remote witness is here. He's back. And then suddenly it's like Brendan Banfield took the stand? Whoa, it's been like a roller coaster ride, my goodness. Let's hope all of this leads to justice for Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, right?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right, just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barreiro. This is John Carroll.
Hi, John.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm going to try to start where we left off on the previous testimony. I believe we were talking about your methodology.
Yes, sir.
Now, you reference in your methodology critical listening, waveform, and spectrographic analysis.
Yes, sir.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yes, so critical listening is just a detailed, repeated auditory review of the evidence. It's using high quality professional headphones on a forensic workstation and just reviewing the evidence in as detailed a way as possible with the ears. And that normally goes hand in hand with the waveform and spectrographic analysis, which is the visual representation on the screen of the audio that we are hearing through the ears. And the waveform is the squiggly line that everybody's familiar with. The spectrogram includes the frequency or the pitch, the individual frequencies that are present in the file, instead of just the amplitude of the sound wave in the waveform. You get the amplitude, you get the frequency or pitch also contained within the spectrogram.
And what does a spectrogram show us that our ears might miss?
So the spectrogram separates the sound into its frequency components. And so we'll see the individual frequencies that make up the sound. It's like deconstructing a symphony. You can see the individual instruments as opposed to just the sound altogether. So it really allows us to see through noise and overlapping sounds, and allows us to see audio details that otherwise you wouldn't necessarily be able to hear just with the ears. And it provides an objective measurement to use when we're analyzing an audio recording.
And sir, in your analysis, you discuss fundamental frequency and formants. What are those?
The fundamental frequency is the lowest frequency of a sound. Typically, if we're talking about a vocal sound or a musical sound, the fundamental frequency is what we would consider the pitch of that sound. It's symbolized as F0. It's the lowest formant on the spectrogram, and the formants that accompany that, they're the overtones. They're the resonant frequencies above the fundamental frequency that really gives the whatever the sound is, gives the voice or the instrument the unique sound, because those formants are created. They are a reflection of the unique shape and physical characteristics of the vocal tract or the instrument itself that created the sound. So the reason you can hear the difference between a piano playing middle C or a saxophone playing middle C, they're both playing the exact same pitch, right? Middle C is a defined pitch, but it's the overtones, or in this case, we're talking about the formants that actually give that sound its unique characteristics that allow you to distinguish the difference between a saxophone and a piano, for example.
And sir, you've received 2 audio files as part of your analysis, correct?
I did.
Okay, so there are 2 items in evidence. One is Commonwealth's exhibit number 1, which was the known 911 call. And we also have defense exhibit number 378, otherwise titled Lily 3, original. Have you reviewed both of
Yes,
those? Now, let's just look at the 911 call first. What, if anything, do you do regarding isolating a specific sound?
So for the 911 call, there's a sound after the dispatcher answers, which is really the only sound that I was concerned with. It's a short recording to begin with, but the sound in question is about 1.4 seconds after it's a 1.4 second clip after the dispatcher answers the phone. And so I used that 1.4 second clip for the entirety of my analysis of this tape. I didn't do anything else with, like, when the dispatcher answered the phone or the automated voice that comes on the line.
Also, someone earlier said, but what does this matter because the husky was in the basement? According to Brendan, yes. But when they went into the basement, Juliana went there. We couldn't see the dog at all. In fact, I still have to go look. We all have homework to look at the body cam, including me. Somebody said they saw the husky actually outside through the window once Juliana had gotten down to the basement. There's a window there where the punching bag is. I still got to go look at that. Because maybe the husky was even outside. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Anyway, so the thing is, how can Brendan say that this was the sound of a dog in the background when the husky, let's say, was in the basement? Well, because he said on the stand that Juliana was in the basement when that first call was made too. That's what he said.
Prior to the dispatcher.
Okay. And was this relating, were you analyzing based upon what you just explained to us, how you got to that 1.4 second clip?
Yes. So on the spectrogram, it's visually very visible in the spectrogram, as well as audible when you listen to it, that there's this sound in that 1.4 second segment. You can see the fundamental frequency at the bottom, the F0, and some distinct formants stacked above it. So that sound was easy to isolate audibly with the ears and easily to isolate visibly in the spectrogram.
And let's move on to the...
In the spectrogram, Zen Art said, sorry, as per norm, you read my mind. Why sorry? Great minds think alike. I'm sure a lot of us are like, wait, what?
The exemplar recording of the dog, Lily. Lily 3.
I know people are like, why would you do
What did
that
you
all
find
day?
regarding the fundamental frequency of that?
So there was a segment of the Lily recording that I also isolated and used for the analysis here. And the fundamental frequency for both the 911 call, that questioned sound on the 911 call, and the segment of the Lily recording, the fundamental frequencies were both in the low 200 hertz range. And then there were formants stacked above those in both recordings as well. And so I isolated each of those and put them side by side to compare not only the fundamental frequency, but also the individual formats that were stacked above that.
And what, if anything, did you do then?
So I found that in both recordings, the fundamental frequency was in the low 200 hertz range, and then I did look at the individual formants above that, and the specific the F1 and F2.
I'm sorry to pause him there. I took a screenshot of that body cam. It does look like the dog's outside. I know this is a bit of a blurry screenshot. Let me see if I can just... It's only... They pan the camera for a second. It's kind of difficult to catch. But it does look like the dog's outside, right? There's a window there. You see that? Look, okay, wait. Am I pointing? Wait. This, I think this is the dog. You don't see the dog in the basement. When Juliana goes down to the basement to go and fetch the little girl, you don't see the husky running around. The dog was outside. Sorry, get this witness off the stand. It doesn't even matter. The dog was outside. Okay, carry on.
Formants. So the first two formants above the fundamental in both the Lily exemplar and in the 911 call, those first two formants were the highest amplitude. And then the other formants stacked above that kind of dropped off in amplitude. And they all lined up very well in the spectrogram, meaning the individual frequencies that made up these sounds were consistent from one to the other.
And what, if anything, did you create as a result of that?
So I created what I titled exemplar 911 concatenated.wave. And this was a file that I created using the isolated segments that I just talked about. So the short 1.4 second segment from the 911 call and the segment from the Lilly 911, or I'm sorry, the Lilly exemplar recording. I placed those side by side. So basically one right after the other in this exemplar concatenated recording so that it could be compared audibly as well as visually in the spectrogram and with your own ears. And so when these two sounds are played back to back like that, you can hear that when they are played back to back, it's a consistent tone. It's a consistent sound that both audibly and visually with these two samples.
You guys, I just love the comments because it helps us all think together, right? And you see, it really is such a short clip where they pan to this workout section. And look there, I know it's difficult to see, but it does look like, especially if you look at the first picture and this picture, it really looks like this could be the dog. Here, you see this? Outside. And if all the windows were soundproof, right? In excess said, wait, what? The home is soundproof? Yes. Then this, from the defense, is completely irrelevant. I mean, I think it's irrelevant either way. I don't think it was a dog making the sound. I think it was Joseph Ryan in the background. And I think Juliana was in the room upstairs with Brendan Banfield, as she testified to. But exactly. Rice Bear said, I have a husky. If she was there, she would have greeted everyone when they went to the basement. Huskies are social animals. And there was no dog in the basement when Juliana went downstairs. Do you remember it? Or do we need to look at it again? Do you remember it?
And these, this concatenated wave exemplar of the 911 and the Lilly calls is something that you created based upon Commonwealth Exhibit 1, which is moved into evidence, and Commonwealth and Defense Exhibit 378 that's been moved into evidence?
Yes, sir.
You're going to move in the concatenated wave as Exhibit 379.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
379 in evidence?
Your Honor, may I have permission to play?
Sure, do you need assistance? Because
I'm going to try to play. I always need assistance.
well, your laptop's not connected anymore to the,
Oh,
I have IT.
You always need assistance?
thank you.
Sorry. You said you were super tech savvy and the judge said, yeah, if you say so. But now you said, I always need assistance. Shame.
In the courtroom
I'm fine,
because,
I'm fine stepping away.
well, yes. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Carroll.
As a technology person or not?
We're trying to play.
No comment.
So this one right here, exemplar 911.
Okay, and are you attached to the system?
I think I am.
Okay. You have a.
Am I good to go? Okay.
Okay, that's the Lily clip. We can hear that's a husky, right? Or what? Have they isolated that sound?
Just have to move the microphone down to the laptop. There you go. Okay.
Did they slow that down? Or you
Sir,
can play
could
it at
you hear
normal
that?
speed?
Not really well, but I could.
Is there another way to hook into the system? Did you hear that then, sir?
Yes, I can hear it. It's not great quality, but yes, I can hear it.
Sir, when you played these two sounds back to back, the known dog sound and the question 911 sound, what did you hear?
So the audio was consistent from one recording to the next. They sounded audibly consistent with each other, and like I said, visually they were also consistent in the spectrogram.
Now, is it possible to, using all of the tools that you have, to find a moment where the pitch of one sample is consistent with the pitch of the comparison sample, if you have a long enough exemplar?
So it might be possible, given a long enough recording, to find a moment where the pitch or the fundamental frequency matches simply by chance in a long recording. But that would just be one piece of the puzzle. Like I said, with the fundamental frequency, that's just the start of the sound. What really gives a sound its full character are all of the formants or the overtones, like we talked about with separating the sound of a piano with the sound of a saxophone. Those two instruments, if you have a long enough recording, their pitch is going to overlap a lot, right? They could be playing the same note at the same time, but they will never sound the same because of those overtones, because of, in this case, the formants make up the sound. So we're not just simply talking about the single pitch of the fundamental frequency happens to line up at one moment in the recording. We're talking about much more than just a single moment where the pitch matches, but all of the characteristics of the sound are also consistent. So
Just stop it. My goodness. Here, let's have a listen ourselves. I've got the original file, right?
February 24, 2023,
Sorry, hold on.
7:47, 32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2.
And that was the 911 call that Juliana made. So, huh? Is that a husky? And then she put the phone down. And then ignored the callback for 15 minutes.
the unique sound of this groan, we'll call it, that comes from those formants, not just the pitch. So yes, while it is technically possible that you could find a moment in any sufficiently long enough recording with sufficiently variable pitches where two pitches might match, that's really not what was done here. This is looking at the entirety of those two samples for the comparison, not just the.
How much are you getting paid to say this crap, dude? Seriously. You heard it, right, you guys? You heard that. That was the original 911 call that I just played as a clip. Now, also, Joy Barham said 911 operator told them to put the dog outside so officers could enter. Well, that's not quite what they said. They said, if you have any dogs, please make sure that you put them away. They didn't say, yes, we have a dog and a child in the basement. They didn't say that. They just were quiet. There's also, their hands were covered in blood. So if they had gone down into the basement to take the dog outside, then, and I think they would have known this before, right? They'd be like, damn, it'd be covered in blood. We can't go down there. Valerie can't see us like that. Sorry, I said her name. The daughter can't see us like that. Oh, so there was no blood going on the door leading down to the basement or on the door to open for the husky. No. They never went to the basement. I think the dog was outside the whole time, which means this is irrelevant because the house has got soundproof windows. And either way, what I hear, don't you hear a person? How is that a husky? Lena B said, 11K watching shows how much we all love your coverage. Thank you for giving us your time and amazing commentary. Thank you so much, Lena.
The pitches happen to cross each other at a moment.
Now, based on your forensic analysis, have you reached a conclusion regarding the unidentified groaning sound on the 911 call and the known recordings of the dog Lily?
Yes, so I can say to a high degree of forensic certainty that the apparent groaning sound on the 911 call is consistent with the dog groaning sounds found in that exemplar
Be
recording.
ashamed of yourself.
And would your conclusion be any different if you were retained by the prosecution?
No, my conclusion would be exactly the same because my analysis is based strictly on the objective data, the spectrograms and the audio characteristics, not on which party is actually requesting the analysis. I tell everybody that hires me, I'm not an advocate for either side. I'm an advocate for the evidence. So my testimony would be, my conclusion would be exactly the same, no matter which side retained me.
Thank you.
Did you get an edited version, sir? You guys want a trigger warning? Hear it one more time.
February 4, 2023, 7:47, 32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have. The Commonwealth may have some questions.
All right, cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barreiro. Thank you so much for your time today again. Just a couple of questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it entirely possible that the sound that we hear in the background of the 911 recording could also have been a human making that noise?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And you were given a 1 hour and 25-minute long segment of Lily, or a sample of Lily, to compare to the 1.4 seconds of 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in the approximately 5,100 seconds of Lily groaning, you found what I think I understand to be a 6-second sample that matched. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that because much of that exemplar, there was no groaning. There was only a few tiny segments in that whole sample where there was any groaning.
Okay, and this was titled Lily 3 audio. We heard the defendant testify that there were as many as 3 different samples created. Were you given samples 1 and 2 to compare?
No, I wasn't.
All right, nothing further,
Interesting.
Judge. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Barreiro, just to be clear, the item Lily 3 was nearly an hour long, correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, it was a much longer recording than the 911 call.
An hour long. Lily 3, recording sounds the dog made, was an hour long. And you chose to compare basically 1.4 seconds with 1.4 seconds. So you cherry picked something that would prove that it was actually a dog that was outside, by the way, not in the soundproof home. Interesting.
And it was recorded, or it was left recording in order to get
Objection
sound.
leading.
Sustained?
Is it fair to say that there were numerous sounds on there, but not a continuous?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
What did you find with regard to the Lily 3 recording?
There was a lot of relative silence, so no real sounds at all, just kind of background noise. There was some barking and whining and other sort of dog sounds, and like I said, just a few groaning sounds in the entire recording.
And when you choose your exemplar for purposes of your forensic analysis, you have specific goals in terms of making it a good comparison, correct?
Yes, so clearly it wouldn't be beneficial to take the time to compare a barking sound with a groaning sound, right? Because those are immediately obviously not consistent with each other. So I specifically was looking for a groaning sound, because that's what is audible on the 911 tape.
And no one directed you to the sounds?
Objection leading.
Did anybody direct you to the sounds that you ultimately chose in order to use as a comparison?
No, sir. I was given the entire file, and I chose the segment that I used for the comparison.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Ta-ta. Okay, sorry, I don't know if they're going to arrest now, what they're going to do. I just quickly want to show you one thing. Hold on 1 second, please. Let me fetch it, which is going to be here. Here. This video. And here. Okay, here's the video. So I pause it there. So look here. Look, Juliana, double G, goes down into the basement. Do you see a husky? See that husky in there? I don't. Look. No, there's no dog inside. You see the husky anyway? Really double G time. There. Now, there's the window. Okay. And then, if we look at, there's another timestamp. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to look at somewhere here. Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house? Oh, crickets for them. No answer. Don't worry about that right now. Just come up here. And look what we did, allegedly. Look at what we staged, right? We're good, right? We're going to get away with this, right? Can you imagine? If somewhere here, they said the dog is outside. Wait. 44.
Who else is outside?
There. You heard it? The dog's outside. You heard it? And dangerous, which is why he's been charged with child endangerment, right?
There's a dog back there. So somebody's outside. Someone's outside in the back? In the back? There's a dog in the back. Anyone else
Dog.
outside? Who else is outside?
Nobody's outside.
Anybody over here?
In my room. And here.
Here, man, stay here. Man.
Hey.
Okay.
Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it. Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house?
And then they don't answer. Is there anyone else? And then, and then I talk a lot, but okay. At some point there, the officers are like, the dog's outside, the dog's in the back. Come on, defense, really? Can't the state point that out? Okay, back to the courtroom. Here we go.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Defense rests. All right, why don't we go ahead and take...
Everybody, a huge applause. The defense rests. Okay, wait, what is this timestamp? Because this has been like, wow. 5 hours, 7 minutes into this day. Defense rests. Whoa, finally. Sorry. Rude? No? Finally, that was so hectic. Dear Liesel says, great preparation, you're a pro. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so Timmy said they put the dog out after the second 911 call. I don't think so. I think the dog was outside the entire time. I don't believe they put the dog out because their hands were covered in blood and all that. You know what I mean? So, no, I think they prepared everything in the way they did. I think the dog was in the basement, like Juliana left the dog in the basement, and then was in the cul-de-sac, and then called boyfriend. He ate his crumble cookie, he came racing home. They went into the basement, left the dog outside. They don't need any barking from there, from in the basement. Left the dog outside. And also, on the FeLife messages, the Anastasia account said, oh, by the way, there's a dog in the basement, but just don't bother her, just leave her. There'll be food and there's like snacks down there for her, she'll be fine. And he's like, okay, I won't bother your dog. We looked at those messages yesterday, do you remember?
Want to take our break? Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break before we do rebuttal evidence, okay? It's a little early, but that's okay. We'll come back at 3:15, okay? Just don't discuss anything and don't do any outside research, okay?
But I can be so fast.
There you go. Zenjen Art said the dog was outside, the daughter was in the basement watching video with headphones. Also, could we, at least Grizzlies here, please be nice to this guy? Officer Queen. I think He's a nice looking guy. I don't know, like people, I've just seen so much snark about him on social media. It's just horrible. Like, he's a civilian. Why are people comparing him to Jeffrey Dahmer? Don't do that. Do you want to be compared to Jeffrey Dahmer? I don't. I think he's a nice guy doing his job. And I don't think what people have said about him is fair, or laughing about him, or laughing about his name. I think that's pretty disgusting, actually. You know, so Rando, welcome to Grizzly Cub. So they're going to take a break now. Let's just quickly see the last bit here as he's staring at the jury. And then it's time for rebuttal evidence. Please put Juliana back on the stand. There's going to be some surprise new guy, which is who? What did they say his name was? I wrote it down earlier. T. Patrick, something like that. Now that guy, hold on. Somebody sent me an email to actually say that that guy did work. I think he worked at the IRS. T. Patrick Smith, 25-year practicing lawyer who currently works for the IRS, but also a local accident attorney. Oh, that apparently he wants to get on the stand because what he said, what baby boy said on the stand, was a lie. Rebuttal witness coming up. Yes, Kathleen said, we love Officer Queen. Objection case says, what? Don't people dare be rude to my bailiff. Listen, my bailiff. Can he be our bailiff? I think he's awesome. And I mean, I was saying the whole time, I really like how he was looking at his notes. He was like, I mean, I think he's a grizzly. Can we claim him? He was checking to see what is Brendan writing there. Yeah, we do like that. Lurk away, sir. Please lurk away. Now, hold on. Julie said it's the specs. Gee, he's a lovely looking young man. But imagine seeing someone at a grocery store with specs like that and being like, oh, you look like Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, who does that? You know? Somebody once said in my chat that, oh, you look like Taylor Shea Business. I'm like, you're blocked. Get the F out of here. The heck compares civilians to killers? Who does that? Please don't do that. What is he doing? You desperate, pathetic little man. Look at Brendan. He said, come here. Can you help me? Look at him. I don't think it went well.
Okay.
Can I get a cookie?
There we go. All right. I assume the rebuttal evidence will be finished today then?
Judge, I have 10 minutes with one witness and 5 with another.
Okay, let's do
Oh,
it.
yes.
Let them get their break and they can
Yeah.
come back and then we'll just let them go for the day.
Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and do our jury instructions and
Yes,
take
ma'am.
care of that
Okay.
as well, okay?
Yes.
And then we'll be ready for, we have the 9:30 media motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then at 10 o'clock, we will be able to do closing arguments. Do we agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right,
So
let's just come back
excited.
then at 3:15, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Oh my word, that's so exciting. Closing arguments tomorrow. What did they say? They're coming back at 15, right? Well, that's in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay, so do we have enough time to watch something? Hold on. What do you want to hear? The 911 call or quickly watch body cam? It's like, go fetch. Okay, hold on. Go. Okay, wait, let's see what I got here for you. What do I have? I've made a lot of videos for you. I'm trying to find. I'm like, where is it now? So many files. My goodness. Okay, let's go here. See what I got here. Is it this one? This is when they arrived. Let's look at this one.
Hey, Paul, or Jose, you got that. You got that. How many you watch out that?
There's a dog back there.
There's a dog back
Somebody's
there.
outside.
Someone's outside in the back?
In the back?
There's a dog in the back.
Anyone else outside? Who else is outside?
So there's a dog in the back here. That's not in the basement. Do you see that? They're not in the basement. There's a dog in the back here. The dog was outside. Mic drop.
Nobody's outside.
Hey, wait over here.
That's my room. And here.
Here, man, stay here. Man.
Hey,
Here.
who is the shooter?
Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it. Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house?
Now look at this is the basement door, and the stairs they're going up now is what Brendan Banfield was describing. So even from up there, he can't see Juliana. He can't partially see her yet. When he's up there, he's like partially saw. That's why I said he's like a damn giraffe. Did he bend his neck right the way around here? Partially saw coming out the basement as if. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want, I'll hold down here.
Okay.
Bring bring her down here and we can get info directly from her. Hey, help me.
And everything you're seeing here, Brendan explained this in very slow, as if it was happening so slowly. It happened, all of this in 2 minutes, running up these stairs, going in there, shooting Joseph Ryan. She made the 911 call then. All of that in 2 minutes from when he gets home.
Can you come down with me?
Anybody else say blow up? Okay, she's breathing. She's got a lot of stamina. I think Zach's just saying that.
There you could also see the orientation of the room, right? You see? Look, she says my host kid is in the basement.
How old's your host kid?
She's 4.5.
4.5. Where is she?
I need to talk to her. She doesn't know anything. What's
Can we get her and we'll go outside?
I'm gonna let her.
Okay. She's grabbing the 4-year-old. We're gonna go outside.
Okay.
She's 4. She's just 4.
Oh no, this is hard. Let's get her outside, and then I need to get some information from you.
Hi, Val.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, I'm Officer Bell. Nice to meet you. Do you want to go outside with us?
I need to go outside, okay?
Let's go.
To the 9,345 people that stayed here, I'm impressed with you. Very, very impressed. Okay, so don't worry, I didn't shut down the computer. I just told Bill Gates, just stop it. Okay, just stop your nonsense, we're trying. And here we go. Everybody, we're good? Go call your other friends who left. Here we go. Let's resume with our court day, shall we? Okay, Mr. Grizzly was here, and you know he's a software engineer, and you know what he's saying. Did you consider restarting? Close the program, reopen the program. We did all that, and we're back. And we're ready for rebuttal witnesses, aren't we? You loyal Grizzlies are amazing. Thank you so much. It's good there's too many of you here. And thank you for believing in me. Everyone's saying there's sound elsewhere, there's sound. I know there was a little issue with Bill Gates and I, but we fixed it. Okay, so they're calling the rebuttal witness. Here we go.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Detective Stephen Augustine.
All right. Detective Augustine?
Please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But guys, you do need to just chill, okay? Everybody was panicking. Don't panic. This is where I'm so glad that I was an airline pilot because, damn, we had to cope under a lot of pressure. Just calm. Just completely calm. All right, everybody, we're pushing buttons now. We are calm. We will land safely at the rebuttal witness. Ready? Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Sure. Detective Stephen Augustine. That's STEPHEN AUGUSTINE.
Thank you, Detective Augustine. And can you tell us what it is you do for Fairfax County Police Department?
I've been a law enforcement officer for 24 years, the last 20 of which I've been with the Fairfax County Police Department. The last 12 years I've been a detective in the Technical Investigations Unit, Forensic Audio and Video Section.
Can you tell me about your training and education that led you to forensic audio analysis?
Sure. I possess a master's degree in audio technology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. Prior to my career here at Fairfax, I was a full-time instructor at American University in the audio technology department, teaching audio technology, electronics, and digital audio.
Have you previously testified as an expert in forensic audio analysis?
I've testified as an expert in forensic video analysis. I'm not sure if they qualified it as audio and video at the time.
All right. Is there anything about video analysis and your training for video analysis that differs or limits your ability as an audio expert?
No.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'm going to offer him as an expert in forensic audio analysis.
Any objection? Sure.
Remember the motto. Grizzlies, never panic.
Good afternoon, Detective Augustine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carroll.
Sir, you heard Nick Barreiro testify, correct?
I did.
Okay, and in terms of some of the concepts that he was talking about, are you familiar with those?
I am,
Okay.
yes.
And so you've worked with and are you familiar with spectrographic analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you worked in that capacity in the audio side of things?
On the audio side of things, for the past 12 years, I've done all of the forensic audio examinations and analysis for the police department.
And does that work, is that related to, and have you used spectrographic analysis in all of them?
No.
Okay, so what are the circumstances where spectrographic analysis is utilized?
In this particular case, he used it to provide a visual representation of what the audio was, what the sound was. So you're able to visualize what the sound is.
And in your 12 years on the police force and working in this capacity, have you done that before?
Spectral analysis?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Is that a tool that's used by people that are audio forensic
Sure,
analysis?
it can be a tool, yes.
Okay. Have you used waveform as a methodology?
Yes, waveform analysis, yes. I'm familiar with spectrograph analysis as well.
Okay, but you've used waveform. For example, when you're doing what he did on a case, you're using tools. You didn't use spectrographic analysis in any previous case, but waveform?
Yes.
Okay, and so would that be something that you would utilize on a regular basis?
Yes.
Is that something that's crucial to audio analysis?
I wouldn't say it's crucial, but I think it's common across all the forensic audio software.
Now, did you hear him discussing fundamental frequency informants?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Did you agree with that?
I agreed with scientific principles, yes, that he presented.
In your analysis over 12 years, did you use those scientific principles of fundamental frequency informants?
Yes.
Now, in this instance, did you do an independent test regarding these sounds?
I looked at him via the waveform, but I was asked by prosecution to look at his exemplary report and comment on what he had provided.
So there was no analysis done with regard to the known quantities?
There was no further analysis done aside from critical listening.
Okay. Judge, I don't have an objection to him as an expert.
All right, so
Off we go.
a forensic audio expert.
Thank you.
And the state said they would have about 15 minutes with him and 5 minutes with another witness? Okay.
All right. Now that you're an expert, can you tell us about your analysis of the defense work in this case?
Sure. I don't have a copy of the work in front of me, but the first few pages are just stating properties that were used in his examination and his forensic analysis, which include waveform analysis, spectrographic analysis.
And did you draw any conclusions from your review of the materials regarding the likelihood of a, let's call it, match between the Lily 3 sample and the exemplar from the 911 call?
I did not hear him state that it was a match. He stated in his testimony that it's consistent between the two samples, which I concur, but there's also some further explanation that I think.
What is the further explanation that you think is warranted here?
Would it be possible for me to see a physical copy of the report?
The entire report or just the spectrograph?
Spectrograph is fine.
Judge, if I may approach the witness?
Yeah, you've seen this, I assume?
Yep, I'll give you one. Well, he's paying attention.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize it to be?
This is a concatenation, which is a fancy word for stitching of the two files, the exemplar and the 911 call.
All right, and specifically that type of demonstrative, what is that?
This is a spectrograph, which is what we had discussed.
All right, and that's the spectrograph that was created by Mr. Barreiro, the defense expert, is that
Correct.
correct? All right, Judge, at this point in time, I would offer that as Commonwealth's. Forgive me, please, just a moment, let me get to my exhibits folder. Judge, that would be Commonwealth's 252.
252, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this was hearsay. Work on it. You indicated that you used it.
Not hearsay. I'll overrule the objection.
So what observations did you make in your analysis of the defense expert's work?
Sure. If I could clarify.
Foundation.
I can certainly ask some more.
If you guys check the banner on top there, this is Detective Stephen Augustine. It's the state's rebuttal witness. So remember, the state presented their case and rested on day 4. Then the defense presented their case and they have rested. Thank you, Mike, for the coffees. The defense has rested, okay? State's case done, defense case done. Now the state has the opportunity to have rebuttal witnesses. And they said they would have 2. This detective and then one other person, which I think is going to be the surprise witness, rebuttal witness that would like to debunk something that Brendan Banfield said on the stand. That's going to be interesting. I wonder if it's about the meeting that he said he had on the Friday, the 24th of February of 2023. Could be. So state's rebuttal witnesses, and then they'll be done. And then the judge said she's going to send the jury home. They, the counsel, are going to go over the jury instructions, finalize that. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, they come in for closing arguments. They actually have some kind of media motion or whatever at 9:30, but then closing arguments, 10 o'clock. And then the jury, they'll have jury instructions, closing arguments, the jury will get the case. They did say the jury has to go home by 4:30. So if they don't have a verdict by 4:30 tomorrow, they'll be back on Monday.
More questions if we need. Let's talk about that piece of evidence specifically. Are you aware of how it was created?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us how it was created?
Sure. The gentleman uses isotope audio, which is similar to Digidesign, Pro Tools. There's numerous software companies that have the ability to edit audio files. What he did here, as I stated, is he's using a visual representation of the sound file. So as you can see here, they show the different formats, which he also stated as overtones or harmonics that are present within the sound signals, both sound signals.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 252 into evidence.
All right. Overruled. All right, 252.
All right, please continue. What
Sure.
were your observations?
So my initial observations were that in the exemplar, aside from the fact that you had mentioned that there was over 5,100 seconds of audio, there was a 6-second sample that was used from the Lily WAV file to compare to the 1.4 seconds that is shown here from the 911 call.
So they chose 6 seconds out of an hour-long video that Brendan Banfield made in the summer of 2024 when he was fully in 2023, sorry. Summer of 2023, when he was in love with Juliana, said he had the opportunity to have a relationship with her because his wife was gone. Wow, you already said that on the stand, dude? Anyway, and then recorded this hour-long audio recording of the dog. And they took 6 seconds of that to compare it to the 1.4 seconds on the first 911 call.
Just to explain formats and overtones a little bit further than the other gentleman did, the fundamental frequency, which is the lowest frequency that he stated in this particular case, is 200 hertz. So what you would expect to see if you had a sound, if it wasn't coming from a signal generator or some sort of pure tone that illustrated a perfect sine wave, you're always going to have overtones. For example, in both of these, at this point, at this juncture point, they're both a fundamental tone, or F0 as he referred to it as 200 hertz. What you would expect to find in any sound source minus a pure 200 hertz sine wave is overtones. Where those overtones occur, they occur on multiples. That's what he means when he's referring to formants. So here you have 200 hertz, your F1, your first formant, 400, 600, 800. So the fact that two different audio files look similar because they're displaying the same overtones is normal for a 200 hertz sound if it's not a pure sine wave. And the other thing that I wanted to illustrate on this, can I fold this?
Please do.
Okay.
Mic check. Grace AJK said, I'm lost at what they're trying to prove by saying it was the dog. Brendan said Juliana was in the basement when the first 911 call was made. So he's trying to look less like a red flag because Juliana said that she made the 911 call and then Brendan said, no, because it was too early. It was too early at that point, right?
So at the juncture point where he concatenated or stitched the two audio clips together, if I can demonstrate, if you can see this while I'm talking. This is a 7.5 second clip, the first 6 seconds for his exemplar, the dog Lily moaning. This portion, if you can see it, is 1.4 seconds of where he took it from the recording. So if I do my best with holding and lining up, I think you can see here, I'm trying to keep it still. Nothing lines up until it gets to that specific point in time. Something else that I noticed that the gentleman didn't mention in his testimony, when listening to his exemplar, the concatenation of the two sound files, there was no delineation between the two files. So I looked at it on waveform analysis and zoomed in on the waveform so I could see if there was any separation between the two files. And there was no point that I could see where there was any sort of ending to the first and beginning of the last, which to me would reflect that what was likely used when concatenating the files is what's called a crossfade, an X-fade. So as the first exemplar, the Lily file, fades out in volume, the other file, the 911 call, is coming in. So it's almost a mixture of both sounds, which makes it sound like one continuous file when you listen to it, when you hear the groan tail off into the 911 groan.
So what we have...
You know, some things don't need to be said out loud or on the internet. You don't have to speculate whether he has a medical condition or why his voice is like that or anything. We just got to listen to the testimony, okay?
What would we have heard differently if he had not used the crossfade?
Best practices, you would have heard a full 6 seconds of the exemplar, which start at varying pitch. There's quite a bit higher than the groan that's represented in the 911 call. And you would hear the point where they separate, and you would hear the two different ones to compare to.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears here for a second. When were you asked to first examine these sound files?
I believe I received an email from Detective Bryant on September 29th of 2025.
Okay, so approximately a year and a half, almost 2 years after the murders were committed, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were presented with these clips, the 911 clip and the Lily clip, were you given any background information about the 911 clip to further your analysis?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to watch any of the recorded statements of Juliana Perez-Magalhaes?
No.
Okay, and did you witness her testimony here in this trial?
I did not witness her testimony. It wasn't until yesterday that I was released from viewing or discussing the case.
Okay, so when you performed your analysis of the 911 recording, specifically the hang-up, is it fair to say you didn't necessarily know what you were listening to? Absolutely. Did you know what you were listening to?
Sustained.
I knew what case it was affiliated with, yes.
Sorry, say that again for me.
I knew what case that it was affiliated with, yes.
Did you know if anyone was expected to speak in that recording? Did you know
No.
what to listen for?
No.
Okay. And how did you perform an analysis of that 911 hang-up call? What did you do with it?
I put it into Avid Pro Tools, which is audio software very similar to Isotope, what the other gentleman was using. And I looked at the waveform, and I did a waveform analysis and critical listening of the files.
And based on the waveform analysis and critical listening, what did you observe?
I observed, well, audibly, I heard the 911 telephone call and the computerized voice that's referred to at the beginning. And the operator asks, "Where is your emergency?" And upon inspection of the waveform, I saw that there were sounds present prior to the groaning sound that is heard on the 911 call.
Okay, so you're indicating in between the cessation of the 911 operator speaking and the beginning of the groaning, you heard something or you saw something.
Correct.
Okay. Did you dig into that?
I did. So what I did is I separated that portion of the audio where I thought I heard something, and essentially in Avid, it's called clip gain. And on that one portion of the 911 call, I was able to raise the volume of what was heard just prior to the groaning.
And were you able to make out a human voice?
I heard what I believe to be a human voice, yes.
And what did the human voice say?
The defense doesn't like it. Okay, we're almost all caught up
we
then.
do not have any.
Okay. Almost done with the rebuttal witness. No one else? No more questions? Let's see.
All right, I think we do not have any further questions of you, Detective. Thank you so much. Please answer any questions that council might have for you.
Cross-examination.
Detective Augustine, what you've just shown is something from my expert's report, and it's a spectrographic analysis, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified previously in the voir dire that you don't even work with spectrographic analysis, correct?
I stated that I'm familiar with spectrographic, but it's nothing that I've done prior.
But you don't use it as a tool in your analysis, correct?
It's a tool that I have available, but I haven't used it in the case.
Okay, and so in terms of best methods, is it appropriate to fold a piece of paper in order to make a comparison as best methods?
I determined that was the best visual way to represent it that would make it understandable.
Okay, and was there any effort at making a presentation to support whatever your conclusions were today, other than folding the paper?
No, this is all I was presented with and instructed to have my comments on.
And when were you presented that?
I believe I stated September 29th is when Detective Bryan sent it to me.
So, okay, so let me understand this.
Sure.
So you were just given one picture and asked to make an analysis?
No, I was given a complete report from the gentleman's forensic analysis, and I reviewed the entire report.
Gotcha. And did you prepare a report?
I did not.
Were you asked not to?
I was not asked to prepare a report. I was asked to comment on his findings.
Would it be best practices in the world that you're in to have prepared a report to something?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and irrelevant.
Overruled, go ahead.
Speaking about best practices, would
Yes,
it
sir.
have been best practices?
He's like, how dare you debunk our report? Did you make a report, huh?
To create a report with whatever findings that you wanted to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
If I was instructed to do my own analysis, a separate report from this, I would say yes. But as reviewing this as a rebuttal witness, I didn't believe it to be necessary.
But you work for the Fairfax County Police Department.
Correct, sir.
So they could have asked you to do an analysis on your own.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this point.
you have the capacity to do a full analysis if you were asked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Sorry, I'm trying to find a good moment to answer this. Candace Carter said, can we listen to the first 911 call again slowly and loud? I want to hear that voice. So if you want to hear it again without any interruptions or anything, I've made a video for you. It's the body cam video, okay? If you go to my video section, there's the Tepe murders case video. Right below that one is the au pair's own words expose her role body cam breakdown. The body cam of the au pair is on there, and it's timestamped for you. You can also find it on the playlist for this case, which is called Brendan Banfield Trial. So that's also linked in the description box, and you can go listen to it over and over again if you want to analyze it.
do you recall who got you involved?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Was it Detective Bryant?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. Sustain the.
He's being so naughty.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Ms.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness,
Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith.
Ooh, now this is the guy that's going to debunk something that Brendan said on the stand.
Sure.
Okay.
Spell your name for.
Look at the judge's face. Wait, what? You're about to get your ass kicked, sir. Again.
Want to come forward, sir?
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Thomas Patrick Smith, ThomasPatrick,
Thank you. You can pull the mic just a little bit closer to you. Thank you. Do you know Mr. Banfield?
I do.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation, and Mr. Banfield was previously employed with IRS Criminal Investigation at my office in Vienna, Virginia.
Directing your attention to February 23rd and 24th of 2024, in that time period, was he your direct supervisee?
2023?
I'm sorry, 2023.
Yes, on February 24th, 2023, I was the acting supervisory special agent for the Vienna group.
All right, and so did Mr. Banfield report to you?
He did at that time, yes.
All right. Was there anyone else that he reported to during that period of time?
Julia Jones was the permanent supervisory special agent, but she was out of the country, and IRS practice is that someone is designated to be the acting supervisor when the supervisor is unavailable. So in that particular time, I believe I was the acting supervisor special agent from February 15th through February 24th. Juliet returned on Monday, February 27th.
All right. To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Leading.
Sure.
Sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
Okay.
Oh, my word.
Mr. Banfield.
Stop it. Ooh, this is bad. This is so bad. Well done, State. Excellent witness. Debunked that whole little... That's why I left home early that day. Okay, Brandon, you're guilty.
Testified that he was meeting with his manager. Is there another person that could have been?
As you go up the management chain, we have an assistant special agent in charge. His name is David Meisenheimer, and we have a special agent in charge, Kareem Carter. And they were both in, I believe, Georgia at the time. Because
Georgia, the state, not Virginia.
Correct.
Okay. Within your industry, is it commonplace to appear for career? Sure thing.
All right, Shane.
How does one dress in the IRS when they are approaching a business meeting that is imperative for their success. And
Just stop it. It's too much. I'm enjoying it too much. How does one dress for such a meeting?
and potential promotion.
Well, we could say that when I have important meetings, I dress in a semi-formal or formal, like suit and tie, or
No
at least,
tennies?
nice slacks and a shirt.
Tennies and a t-shirt?
Would jeans or tennis shoes be acceptable?
I have never worn jeans or tennis or sneakers or tennis shoes for important meetings.
You have to put your microphone on, Mr. Carroll. What's your objection?
Objection to the relevance of this. He's indicating what he does.
Overruled.
All right, thank you.
He's getting flustered by this. How dare he debunk his entire day's plans? Look at Brendan, can't even look up. He's embarrassed now. The jury knows you are a huge liar. You said you left home early because you had a presentation, because you had a meeting, because you were going to get promoted. You went to the McDonald's, you had your crumble cookie, and then, oh my goodness, Juliana called. Can we get some friends on the stand to debunk that he even had New York party plans? Thank you, simple cheesehead.
Did you speak with Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did not.
Okay. Were you surprised that he wasn't there at 8 o'clock?
Again, I was in Baltimore, so I wasn't there, but I was surprised when I received a phone call indicating that Mr. Banfield had discharged his weapon and that there were 2 deceased persons, which, as you would imagine, that triggered many responsibilities as the acting supervisory special agent too.
Understood. Just as a law enforcement professional trained by the IRS, do you share your gun safe code with your family members?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not relevant and it's legal.
Sustain the objection.
All right, thank you. Nothing further. Please answer any questions counsel might have for you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
That was so good.
I'm sorry, sir, tell me your name again.
Special Agent T. Patrick Smith.
Okay. And you were, as I understand it, you were the special agent in charge while Juliet Jones was gone out of the country?
No, I was the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay. And so that was something that she put you in charge of or someone higher than that?
I believe she was able to designate, but you'd have to check for sure. But I'm sure she had upper management approval for who she designated as the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay, so so you said something like what happened where he discharged his firearm and there were 2 people dead. That caused a lot of work for you?
When I was informed by the Fairfax County detective as the acting supervisory special agent, that one of the agents in the group had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, then yes, we had to contact upper management, which I did. We had to process the Treasury Inspector for Tax Administration, which we call TIGTA, is essentially our internal affairs. They have to be notified. They do an investigation to determine if the discharge of the weapon was appropriate.
Okay, I guess my question was it extra work for you?
Was it extra work for me?
Yeah, isn't that what you just said to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when this situation arises, it becomes a great deal of work for the person who's the acting special agent in charge?
Well, yes, I had to make several phone calls. I had many conversations with people that I would not have had if there hadn't been.
Okay. Now, did the Fairfax County Police know that you were the acting special agent in charge?
I can't really speak what the Fairfax County Police knew, but I did speak with a detective from Fairfax County Police.
Who was the detective you spoke to?
I don't recall the detective's name.
Did you ask him his name?
I knew it at the time. As we speak now, I don't recall.
So there was no report that to the people that you called and people that you told about this?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, if you can answer it.
There was no report that you created to talk about this situation, which made a lot of work for you, where you would put in the detective's name?
I definitely provided that information to upper management, and if I could access my emails, I'm sure that's in there.
So in your capacity, did you stay within the Vienna office after that when Juliet Jones came back?
Did I stay?
Yeah, were you still in the Vienna office when
I
Juliet
currently am still in the Vienna office.
Okay, so from that time until now, you're still in the Vienna office?
Yes, that's my permanent posted duty. I was there before that day as well.
Now, there were 6 people that were interviewed relating to TIGTA interviews. Actually, I'm sorry, there were 8 people that were interviewed. Do you know the name David Meisenheimer?
Yes, he was the assistant special agent in charge.
Were you aware that he was interviewed by Detective Vesser of Fairfax County?
I don't necessarily know, but.
Do you know Lawrence Flagg?
I do. He's another agent who was assigned to the Vienna POD on that time.
Okay, and were you aware that he was interviewed as well by Detective Vesser?
I believe he told me he was interviewed. I don't know. He disclosed the name of the detective.
Now, do you have team assignments in terms of the IRS?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there someone named Carrillo that has a team in the Vienna office?
Carrillo?
Yes.
I don't recognize the name. Can you spell it? Maybe it's the pronunciation.
Carrillo.
I don't recognize.
Did Brendan Banfield make the name up? Grandpa Mumskin said, all that nonsense we had to sit through, it's worth it now. I know, right? It's so worth it now. What a contrast.
Recognize that name.
Okay. Would it surprise you that Juliet Jones, who actually wasn't even there on that day, was interviewed by the Fairfax County Police Detective Vesser?
It would not surprise me that Julie Jones was interviewed. She was the supervisory special agent.
Now, Detective Carter from the Fairfax County Police, did you have contact with him?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, there were interviews conducted by him to Bernarda Jackson, special agent.
Objection. Counsel's testifying. Needs to ask a question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Bernarda Jackson is another agent in the group, yes.
Okay, and did you know that she was interviewed relating to my client's case?
I can't recall if she told me that or not.
Okay. How about Richard Daniels, who was a special agent?
He's another.
You know that Detective Carter had interviewed him about my client's case?
I think Special Agent Daniels did mention that, yes.
Okay, and Philip Hammond, do you know that person?
Yes, I know Special Agent Hammond.
And did you know that he was interviewed by Fairfax County Police Detective Carter relating to my client's case?
I believe he also told me he'd been interviewed, yes.
Okay, so you knew about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you heard all these other people were being interviewed, did you ever say, well, hold on, I was the special agent in charge for a period of February 13th to February 24th?
February 15th.
February 15th to February 24th. You didn't raise your hand and say, what about me?
I did.
And so they chose not to interview you?
I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I was out of town the week that the interviews took place in our office.
Oh, so you're aware of these interviews. What week did that occur?
I'd have to look at my calendar. My best guess, things like you have it, is March 2024.
Okay.
But the defense is coming across so defensive. Obviously, I'm just like, he's very flustered. Like, wait. What? No. All these other people were interviewed, right? And then, oh, we're panicking now. Slow down, Mr. Carroll. We can feel your panic from here.
How about Detective Lynch from Fairfax County interviewing Justin Williams, a special agent?
Justin Williams is another agent in the group.
Did you know he was interviewed?
I think he told me he was.
Okay, and these would have been, other than Juliet Jones, these would have been people who were subordinate to you, correct?
At the time I was acting supervisor special agent, technically yes. I mean, I view them as coworkers who are all special agents.
Okay, so you're all on the same line unless you get dubbed the acting special agent?
Correct.
Okay, and finally...
What does it matter, sir? He completely debunked what your client said. Your client lied about his entire timeline on the day of the murders and why he left the house at exactly the time he did.
Kevin Farley, do you know him?
I do. He's another agent in the group.
Okay, and the interviews that were conducted were relating to relationships of Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Marriage problems with Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Rumors that were going around in the IRS. Did you hear about that?
What rumors?
In the context of these interviews, they were being asked if there were rumors.
I have no recollection of being told of that now.
They were talked to, the individuals were all spoken to about schedules that occurred in the Vienna office. Did you know about that?
An interview that I was not present at, I don't know what was discussed.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, you were the special agent in charge.
I was not when these interviews
Objection,
occurred.
argumentative.
Sustained, next question.
Okay. Now, there was discussions in these interviews about the types of cases that everybody worked.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained, next question.
Do you know what these interviews were about?
I do not know what occurred in an interview I was not present at, no.
Okay. So you were there and for 2 weeks in that capacity, correct? 15th to the 24th.
Again, I was acting supervisory special agent for the Group 1 of the Washington, D.C. field office from February 15th, 2023 to February 24th, 2023.
Okay. And in that, you're coming in here to this courtroom in that capacity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that, I guess, there are issues with that you dress a certain way. Is that right? When you're going to the office?
Are you asking me how I dress when I go to the office?
Well, no, you've already testified to that, but you're here testifying, and one of the things that you've said is that you dress in a different way than what was described of my client when he was going to the office on February 24th.
That is correct.
Okay, and you indicated you were in an undercover operation, correct?
I was assisting with an unrelated undercover operation in Baltimore, Maryland.
And undercover operations have its own command staff outside of the VN office, isn't that right?
I don't know that I would characterize it like that.
Okay. Are there undercover command staff that handle undercover operations that aren't in the people that I just listed off to you that were interviewed?
I'm unclear in your terminology, but yes, there are people who, we have a whole special investigative techniques group that's involved with undercover operations.
And they would be the people that if you have an undercover operation and you're talking to an undercover person, that you would be working with them, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay. In your undercover operations, when you're interviewing an undercover operative, do you invite them into the office to talk?
I don't interview undercover agents. I'm confused. I'm a lead tech agent for the Washington, D.C. field office. So the traditional undercover operation where they get wired up and they have equipment and they're covertly recorded, that is my job. So I'm involved with that and then preserving for the chain of custody the evidence that's obtained during that meeting.
What about undercover operations that deal with other issues, relating to IRS?
Mr. Carroll, your client wasn't undercover that day. He said he was going to a big meeting with a big presentation he had to do to get a big promotion. That's the issue. And he was wearing his tennies and a jacket. This is what he was wearing on the day, okay? I'm showing you guys. Let me just quickly do this. There you go. See that? Maybe for his huge potential promotion, he wouldn't have worn this, right?
Criminal investigations.
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think the question makes any sense.
Rephrase.
What about undercover operations that would deal with specific areas of criminal fraud? How are they handled?
I've only been involved with undercover operations conducted by IRS criminal investigation.
Okay.
And they've virtually all involved fraud. So.
And so the undercover operations that other people do, are they different than what you're within the IRS?
Judge, objection is to relevance. I'm not sure where we're going with this at this point.
I'm just trying to get to the background, get to his background, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, sir, would you have known where Lawrence Flagg was on the 24th of February, 2023?
I do because he told me.
Okay, were you keeping track of him otherwise?
Yes, we were in regular contact throughout that day.
Okay, and that was because of the incident that occurred at the Banfield house, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the incident happening, would you have been in contact with Lawrence Flagg on a regular basis?
Can you define regular basis?
Well, you tell me, how often do you have contact with him?
He's an agent in the group, has a as a regular agent of the group, I would see him probably whenever we were both in the office. As a supervisor, I would have contact with him as needed.
And so how many times did you have contact with him as a supervisor during that week?
I cannot recall the days before February 24th, 2023, but on February 24th, 2023, I had many phone conversations with Lawrence Flagg.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, just for clarification, was Lawrence Flagg Mr. Banfield's supervisor?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Banfield testified that he had a scheduled meeting with his manager. That would have been yourself or Juliet Jones. Is that correct?
Those are the only two people that have been his manager. Yes.
Okay. And she was out of the country, and you were in Baltimore and not planning on meeting him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Judge, may I ask one more question?
No, sir. Done. All right, you're free to go.
No, sir. No, sir, you are
Your
done.
next witness.
Commonwealth rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth has arrested the...
Stop it. Okay, so they arrested again after the rebuttal witnesses. Damn it, man, put Juliana back on the stand. Just one more time. Just to really wipe the floor with Brendan Banfield here. Okay, so keep going.
Rebuttal evidence. So in other words, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this case. So what I'm going to do, we have some housekeeping matters to take care of. So what I'm going to do is release you early today. And what we'll do is when we come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, you will hear closing arguments, and then the case will be handed over to you, okay? All right, so have a good night. Do not discuss the case. Do not do any outside research, please.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
See you tomorrow, jury. We stay here to see if we can watch what they're going to do now. Stefan says even the judge is fed up with Carol. May I ask one more question? No. You're done. Yeah, Brendan, you weren't having that big promotional meeting, huh? Liar, liar, pants on fire, all the way on fire. He has no pants left, they're on fire. That was such a good rebuttal witness.
Carol, now you're...
And that witness contacted the Commonwealth yesterday and said, actually, yeah, no. What Brendan is saying, it's just not true. He's lying on the stand. And here he was today to debunk everything that he said about why he left the house early. Thank you, Mamma Mia, 5 for the coffees. So what they're going to do now is the defense will have some motions. They're going to finalize the jury instructions. The jury's gone home. They're coming back tomorrow, 10 a.m. for closing arguments, and then they're going to get the case. Love it.
Yep, cool.
Your Honor, renew my motion to strike previously given. In addition,
Right. Just, thank you.
I'd renew my motion to strike previously given at the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, expecting that evidence would come to light regarding the investigations in this case. It would come to light regarding anything that would appear other than the co-defendant, who has every possible incentive to tell the story that the Commonwealth has asked her to tell. Once again, not in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, we're here at the end of the evidence. The testimony by the co-defendant, who appears to tie everything together for the Commonwealth, essentially was a story that when pushed and questioned, couldn't do anything but say, I don't know. And in fact, at one point, as I asked questions regarding details, and as we know from listening to the lengthy evidence relating to digital forensics, the lengthy evidence relating to blood stain pattern analysis, these require details, and this Commonwealth's case is entirely devoid of details. You've heard from many detectives who were in the defense case, specifically Detective Miller, who was their expert, the expert that they chose not to use. And in that, he indicates that the data, he still stands by the data relating to his executive summary. The only thing that changes is that Juliana Perez Magalhaes decided to come forward. Once again, if someone's coming forward, there has to be some sort of a way to test their knowledge, test their timing, test by the dates that are crucial to this case. And in every, despite the fact she walked through with the Commonwealth whatever the story was going to be, she couldn't answer any other questions, or she wouldn't answer any other questions. Judge, with all due respect, it was my position, and we did it. We put on the evidence through the Commonwealth's witnesses, and many of them are in absolute conflict with what she said. This whole entire case rests on her testimony, and rests on her testimony relating to the timing of her trial, the timing of her the health illness, the timing of Brendan's arrest, and the timing of her feeling like she'd lost the ability to defend herself because of whatever she says about her lawyer. I'm not saying that's true, but it was certainly something that she was thinking of. In fact, we saw numerous messages where she talks about almost giving up hope, because if he asks for another continuance, then I don't know what I'm going to do. And so, Your Honor, given all of those facts, and no longer in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, I'd respectfully suggest that
Denied.
Your Honor strike this case.
Denied.
In addition, the motion to dismiss relating to NAPU, it still even more so relies upon what I believe to be testimony that's not truthful, and can be shown, and has been shown to be not truthful in numerous ways. And I'd respectfully ask that you consider the motion to dismiss.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, we have met our burden. It's appropriate that the case be submitted to the jury. Thank you.
All right. Well, in this matter, not weighing the evidence, but the evidence that's before the court, there is a scintilla of evidence for each of the counts. There's 5 counts in 2024, 666, and there's 2 counts in...
Stefan, a scintilla of evidence. Did you hear that? In each count. Okay.
2024, 873, and there is evidence that can go forward to the jury. The weight that they put on it at that time is up to them. And and as far as the dismissal under NAPU, I again will deny that motion, as I don't find it as as a matter of law that the co-defendant's testimony is incredible. Again, that weight goes to the jury. So based on those statements and what was stated in the record for the previous motion to strike, your motions are denied. Okay. All right.
The way the judge is like, your motions are denied, okay? Zenjan Art said he might have had an argument had he not put his client on the stand. And you also said, no, sir, it now includes your client's testimony, which is evidence to be considered against her testimony. Exactly. He took the stand. So, sorry, denied.
Right. So, jury instructions.
Your Honor, initially, if the Commonwealth may be heard, and I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Rissler because she has the indictments pulled up. As I'm sure the court knows, the Commonwealth cannot proceed with sentencing on both an aggravated murder within 3 years, as well aggravated murder for commission at the same time. At this point in time, we would elect to go forward on aggravated murder for 2 offenses committed within 3 years, and between the 2 child endangerment and abuse and neglect, we have elected to move forward with endangerment. Ms. Rissler can address which.
Okay, just so I get this straight, I mean, the case law is that both Section 7 and Section 8 can go back to the jury.
They can, and then if they find guilty on both.
Sentencing, I just sentence on one.
Correct. We, at this point in time, feel that it would be less confusing for the jury to simply submit
It's your case, so.
the offenses that we believe we've met the burden of proof for.
Okay, so which ones are you going forward on then? I guess that's Ms. Bristler, sorry.
Judge, we, in case number ending 666.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
So Judge, if we strike counts 1 and 2, those being the aggravated murder charges within the same transaction.
Count 1 and 2?
Yep.
When you say strike, do you mean dismiss?
Yes.
I assume no objection? All right, count 1 and count 2 are dismissed?
Yep, that would leave us with counts 3, 4, and 5 in that case number.
Okay.
Then, Judge, if we look to case number ending in 873.
Okay.
And in that indictment, if we look to count 2.
All right.
Count 2 would be the
child abuse.
Abuse and neglect.
Yes, that would be the one that we would strike.
So you're striking count 2,
Dismiss,
or dismissing count 2?
Yes.
Any objection to that? All right, so we just have count 1 of 873, which is child endangerment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so based on that, we need the charging instructions then for the 2 okay, here's the next question I have for you. So count 3 and count 4 are legally the same. I mean, if you look at the charging instruction for aggravated murder, you're just switching the names, but you still have to find premeditated murder, correct? For both of them. So what's the difference between count 3 and count 4?
One is for the murder of Christine, one is for the murder of Joseph Ryan.
Well, but it's aggravated murder, so it's one charging instruction for both of them. The only reason it's aggravated murder is killing of 2 people.
Correct.
Okay, so how can you have different charging instructions where you're just flipping the names? The one charging instruction would involve both murders.
And
For
Your Honor, the way we
aggravated
drafted them was to say exactly what you just said, to flip the names. One is for the murder of Christine Banfield and one is for the...
In order to have aggravated murder, you have to have 2 murders.
Correct.
So the charging instruction has to have both murders on the charging instruction, all right?
Yes.
Do we want to look at the model jury instruction?
And we used the model jury instruction.
Right, so how can you have 2 of those?
If Your Honor does not, then we couldn't... Is Your Honor suggesting that we couldn't have 2 instructions or that we can't have 2 indictments?
Your 2 indictments are proving exactly the same thing. I mean, how is that possible?
Makes
It's not
sense.
for the murder of one and murder of the other. Aggravated murder is 2 murders. So you have one I thought, it's your case, so I thought
Sure.
it was what aggravated murder for 1 for 3 years, aggravated murder for 1 in the same transaction. But that's not what you're doing, which is fine. But
I understand.
I don't see how you can do 2 separate aggravated murders when you have to put the 2 murders in for aggravated murder.
Understood. And I see...
Waterfall instructions are different.
Sure.
Because you have first-degree murder
Right,
in one,
and then it splits
first-degree murder
apart.
in another.
Right. And that's how we've written them, is to have a waterfall for each, so that if they find one can be... If
What's the difference between the 2 aggravated murders, though?
Judge, I can look up some case law on this and take a minute, figure out
Sure,
the answer to your question, because I
if
don't
you'd
think
like
I am...
to. I think I have it tackled here. I mean, the aggravated murder for your section that you're going under is number 1, that the defendant killed name of both people.
Sure.
And number 2, that the killings, plural, were willful, deliberate, premeditated. And number 3, that they happened in a 3-year period.
Okay. Understood. But then the indictment couldn't stand as 2 counts either.
Well, that's what
That's what you're trying to tell me. Okay.
The one for the same transaction can go back as subsection 7, and the one for subsection 8 can go
Sure.
back as 2 different aggravated murders. But how can you have 2 under subsection 8 going back as 2
But then what
aggravated
do we
murders?
do, how does the waterfall instruction read when you believe that he killed Joe but not Christine, and
Well,
can then
that's why you
find...
have to do a different waterfall instruction.
So what I was understanding Your Honor to suggest was that there would only be 1 indictment and 1 instruction for aggravated.
Right. And
But
then
wouldn't we then need 2 separate instructions?
Right, or if you find that he only murdered Christine Banfield.
Right.
At first degree, and you have to go down that, or move on to the next, you only
Right.
found that, it would be the
But at what point do they diverge, right? Because if you don't
After
find
aggravated murder.
aggravated, do you then have a separate instruction for first degree for both? If you find Christine but
Basically,
not
it would
Joe,
be
and if
the
you find Joe but not
waterfall. If
Christine?
you have not found aggravated murder, period.
Okay.
then you would
Right.
find first degree there, first degree here.
Right.
Is this making sense?
It is. No, I'm absolutely tracking what you're suggesting. I think that's not the way we've done it, though. So we should probably.
I just don't see, and I'll give you time to go look at some case law and see how 2 aggravated murders, because the only reason it's aggravated murder in this case is there's 2
Right,
counts.
because there's 2 people.
Right, so I don't see how 2 counts of the same of 3 years goes to the jury when it's just the 2 people.
And I'll admit, Judge, I was just sailing with the indictments the way they were presented with 2 counts of each, 2 counts of within 3 and 2 counts at the same time. I will need to look into this to determine what the next step forward is.
That's not a problem. I mean, would you rather do this in the morning then?
Yeah, just to make sure that I have the correct answer rather than.
That's fine. I
Okay.
think that's fair. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Carroll? Or anything you want to add to the conversation?
No, Your Honor, we're discussing, and so I'm fine with looking into it.
Well, if you want to, and maybe I'm going down the wrong rabbit hole, but it's just.
Your Honor, I think it bears looking into. I think
Okay.
you raise a good point. If we can, however, then not yet strike counts from the
Okay,
indictment.
that's
We may
fine.
still come back to that same position, but
Okay,
we
that's
can
fine.
preserve.
We can do that, so we can get this figured out.
Okay.
And if you come back tomorrow and that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm just trying to
Okay.
keep a clean record here.
Understood. I appreciate that.
Can we have the 9:30 motion, so you want to meet at 9? Is a half hour going to be enough time?
That should be, because we will speak in advance of court tomorrow.
Oh,
and
that would
have-
be, it's music to my ears if it's true. Okay, that would be fantastic. If you
Yes,
could meet
ma'am.
ahead of time and maybe agree, whichever way you end up going on them, and we can have those charging instructions tomorrow for whichever
Yes, ma'am.
you go for. I'd appreciate it. Let's meet at 9 then. Let me go let Jamie know we need a quarter for 9. Okay, great. And we'll be good to go. We'll see you at 9. Anything else at this time then?
Yes.
Oh.
Ms. Perez Michaelis is no longer obviously subject
Okay.
to enrolled witnesses. I think we need to let the jail know so that she can be returned
To her,
Okay.
yes.
To wherever she's returned
She
to.
was-
to not segregate.
She was
Oh,
segregated.
okay,
yes.
so yes, so she has been released. So we'll do a jail card or something to make sure that's taken care of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, anything further?
No,
All right.
Judge.
All right, we'll see you at 9 a.m.
Okay. Wow, what a day that was, hey? Oh my goodness. All right, so tomorrow everyone is going to be closing arguments. I've of course already set that up. And this time I guessed right, because initially I'd already made the closing arguments thumbnail ages ago. I didn't think the defense case would take this long. So what I'm going to do is, as usual, I will be putting like this. I'm going to say closing arguments next, right? Hold on. I'm going to show you an example in the chat so you can see where to go. Go here next. If you don't have autoplay toggled on, then click on it now, okay? And go there. And then click notify me and I'll see you there. I don't know if the court feed will be on at 9 a.m. Probably. If so, we'll start it around that time as well. I'll just monitor the feed to see what is going on there tomorrow. I've set it up right now for 10 a.m., which is closing argument time. But I think we might need to start a bit earlier so we can watch what they decide on the jury instructions. Thank you so much for watching today with me. Thank you so much to all of you who stuck with me through the little sound issue there that we had, which is normally big time YouTube issue, but today it was a whole combination of things. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Thanks, mods. And I will see you all at closing arguments. Are you ready to teleport? If you have autoplay toggled on, you'll get automatically redirected there. If not, click this link right now and I'll see you over there. Okay, bye everyone.